All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. We've got quite a bit to discuss as we are in full-blown earnings season. So, guys, today's really kicking off. We've been getting some dribs and drabs of stocks, but today is really seeing a plethora of stocks reporting. There's already some pretty big movements across the board, and then we're just going to continue to see a lot of companies report after hours, before hours. All right, let's just quickly look at your S&P 500 real quick. Or we'll look at SPX. You can see SPX still continuing to grind higher and higher. So we can remove that. We can remove that. Basically, SPX is still in a very strong bullish weekly daily chart uptrend. You're above all the key daily chart moving averages. They're in this nice upsloping trend, the 1 year, the 200, the 50. So it's going to be a very tough trend to break. Therefore, dips are still likely going to get bought until we get that lower low signal and break of structure. Are we getting extended intraday? Yes. Were we extended yesterday? Absolutely. But we just keep continuing to grind here on light volume ahead of major tech earnings, a major FOMC event, and you can see we're pretty much right back to the highs yet again. So your S&P 500 still holding some technical structure. I swung some gold put or gold calls, and those are getting absolutely clobbered, down 1.69% yet again on gold. Gold is now into an even bigger level, your 618, but you can just see how quickly even an asset like gold can melt to the downside after this parabolic move. Silver as well getting absolutely slapped around. Bearish cross of the 7 and 20. You probably get a bounce into that and then potentially a little bit of a reshorting event. I'll probably look to close out some of my silver junior puts today. Basically, I'm expecting SILJ to undercut this 50-day moving average, so I'll be looking to take some profits on that. Couple stocks that are moving, guys. We have UPS. I've been pounding the table on this one. This is one of the easiest long-term buys that you would have ever walked into. This is like a UNH 2.0 kind of move. It didn't get as much attention as UNH because obviously UNH has much more attention in the overall XLV, ETF, healthcare space. Obviously, it's a larger company, but UPS going through this major decline since 2022. I mean, from 197 guys down to 84 bucks, 80 bucks. It was a no-brainer down here. An absolute no-brainer. I think if you didn't accumulate some commons or farther dated call options, some leafs, you're certainly going to be kicking yourself. I still think that there's quite a bit more upside, even if you might get some profit taking. I still think I'm long the stock into 2027 at least with some call option alerts that I sent out. We also have some PayPal news. Another standout, easy long. I just have regular common shares that I sent out, accumulating sub $70, and basically PayPal is gapping up this morning on its earnings. So a nice move to the upside. Again, I have done quite a bit of research on PayPal. That was also one of the we dived into the full fundamental thesis in one of the I can't remember which monthly stock pick it was, but we picked stock with PayPal as one. And I think PayPal is going to have a wonderful 2026 year. I think it's on track to finally hit double-digit revenue for 2026 each quarter. Yeah, 2026 is expecting to boost its revenue to 10 billion each quarter, so it's going to see some strong growth. All right, we got some news on SKWS Skyworks. Basically, another one that we just accumulate on the long side. It looked like it had a bit of a failed breakout. Roped in this liquidity, major pullback, undercutting the 200. Now it's gapping up here on news. What is the news? Partnering and merging with an all-cash deal with Corvo, ticker QRVO. Now, Corvo is kind of one of the stocks that also has had a really, really interesting bullish pattern here, breaking out to the high side into that gap fill. This has even got some, I mean, the upside's probably going to be limited since it's a cash deal with Skyworks, but you can see the bullish formation that triggered. I think SKWS is probably going to be hitting, I would say at minimum today, 88 bucks. And then I think once you clear that longer term resistance, I mean, look at this resistance trend line going all the way back to 2021. That, if you can break out of that, this thing has got some serious legs to run. Very, very strong pattern, I think, that Skyworks is setting up here. Very strong. You know, next real resistance after you clear that 88 level, you're going to have these previous pivot highs, which takes you to about $100. I think $100 is a very easy target for this name. All right, let me plug in here. I'm gonna open up a couple of things here. NVIDIA seeing some strength yet again. NVDA continuing to try to push for new all-time highs. It's very, very close to doing so. You've also got SoFi reporting earnings, so SOFI, yet again another new all-time high on SoFi. That was to be expected. I said that yesterday. SoFi is going to make new highs. Boom. Gapping up here on earnings. You can see it had a little bit of a dip. Buy program came in and absolutely bought it up. CDNS, another one that I was kind of disappointed that the stock didn't gap up. There's still a chance that it can just have a full-fledged bullish reversal to the upside. You saw that big wick down yesterday all the way down to 320. Looks like a bit of a liquidity grab, and they bought it right back up, and now they're actually taking it, trying to take it almost to the positive side in the pre-market. I still think the earnings were okay. It's a double beat on the rev and EPS, so they're still showing decent growth. So I still like that name. China stocks are under a little bit of pressure today. Alibaba seeing some distribution. Western Digital seeing some distribution. Let's look at ticker W, also reporting earnings. Boom, breaking out to the high side. Ticker W, Wayfair. Every time, every place. I love seeing it when three of our long stocks are on the best performing list. I like seeing that. Just getting a couple things up here and then we'll keep diving into our pre-market scans. Last night I was watching, I don't really watch baseball too much, but whenever there's playoffs, I will speculate a little bit in the gambling market. And oh my goodness, I mean, last night was the LA Dodgers versus Toronto Blue Jays. And the game went, it was basically two games in one. The game, there's 9 innings in baseball, had friggin', what was it, 18 innings? It was insane, the amount of time it took. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, 18 innings, guys, last night. You don't see that often in baseball. Again, I'm not really a baseball guy, but playoffs, when everything is on the line for that world championship, you know players aren't going to sandbag. So it provides opportunity. All right, I'm just getting something open here, my scanner, guys. Just bear with me. Why aren't you opening up? All right, let's get ready to rumble here. Boom, 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 boom. So, oh yeah, we also got UNH guys reporting earnings. So United Health gapping up this morning. I really thought it was going to come down a little bit for another retest of 320. At least I was hoping so. I mean, double beat across the board. EPS really, or sorry, revenue wasn't really that impressive, but nevertheless, it's a double beat across the board. Stock is gapping up. Looking at CCJ this morning, what a ripper. I don't even know if there's news on CCJ. There must be news on CCJ, unless uranium is really moving that much. Um, Cameco, Brookfield, Westinghouse to partner with U.S. in 80 billion push for nuclear reactors. Whoa, bam. So Brookfield Asset Management gapping up. CCJ gapping up. Let's look at some of these other nuclear stocks. OCO not really seeing that bid. SMR not really seeing too much, but wow, what a bid in CCJ. So huge news for CCJ there, guys. Um, Unveiling a strategic partnership with the U.S. government to build at least 80 billion worth of nuclear reactors, part of the push to meet the rising demand for electricity from artificial intelligence. The reactors would be constructed across the U.S. Westinghouse electric nuclear reactor technology. Westinghouse is 51% owned by Brookfield Renewable Partners, ticker BEP. You know what's so funny too is all of these Brookfield assets management. I know the Canadian Prime Minister has all of his investments in Brookfield, so it's another example of where a politician, an influential politician, a key position, has their investments just absolutely ripping. Since he established power earlier in the year, where BEP was bottoming, kind of where was it? Here in January. This is when the Prime Minister kind of took power. Bang, BEP just absolutely ripping. Brookfield Asset Management also gapping up today. CCJ, ripper to new all-time highs. Craziness. All right, let's see what else we got going. Corning, ticker GLW, reporting earnings. Stock is under a little bit of pressure right now. I don't really know what the earnings are. Let's take a quick peek. So Corning is projected to report quarterly earnings at 66 per share, revenue 4.23. So it's a little bit of a double beat. Corning falls despite Q3 results, outlook surpassing estimates. The third quarter GAAP net sales soared about 21% year over year, while core sales jumped 14%. Core EPS surged around 24% year over year. It doesn't seem too bad. I quote, beyond our strong third quarter performance, we see significant growth ahead, fueled by powerful sector trends. To share a few examples, we are ramping up to meet the remarkable, whoops, what the heck happened there? To meet the remarkable demand for both our new Gen AI and US made solar products, and Apple's recent $2.5 billion commitment to produce 100% of iPhone and Apple Watch cover glasses at our Kentucky facility creates a larger, longer term opportunity, said the chairman. So they still have positive. This stock is probably going to get gobbled up, guys. Good morning, Stoic. This stock is likely going to get gobbled up. Again, they've just re-emphasized strategic partnerships with Apple to produce. That's a big commitment, guys, to produce 100% of iPhone and Apple Watch cover glasses at the Kentucky facility. So that's a big partnership. You look at where Apple's obviously trading. Apple made new all-time highs this year and looking like it's trending. So I'm expecting Corning here, GLW, to likely continue to push here. This is probably a bit of a buying opportunity on GLW. I'm going to watch that over the coming days, guys. If we can get this for a swing trade, this is kind of your first major pullback from all-time high. Hmm, crazy. Under 81, yeah. Yeah, if it can retest that gap down low, that's your low. Whoops. Right now, if it can retest this earnings low, I would absolutely consider it. I'm higher here. Just give me a sec, guys. All right, let's keep going through a couple other ones. CCL, guys, under a little bit of pressure today. Let's see what the news is on CCL. Hmm. So Royal Caribbean shares sink as weak guidance outweighs profit beat. Peers lower in sympathy. Shares of RCL are underwater into the open as better than expected profit in the third quarter and raised outlook for the year failed to compensate for a slight blah 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 blah. Okay, so just a little bit of a poor guide there on these cruise stocks. So those actually might look for a short opportunity, guys. I'm expecting it to sweep these lows. Likely. See where it went. Yeah, it's pretty much down near the lows. Interesting. Ticker CLS, guys, Celestica. Remember we talked about that yesterday. Look at that move. Holy moly. Up another double digits in the pre-market off of an earnings pop. Bang. CLS. What a ripper, guys. What a ripper. So the company reported better than expected. Celestica reported quarterly earnings of $1.58 per share, which beat the estimate of $1.47. Quarterly revenue came in at $3.19 billion, which beat the street estimate of $3.01 billion. Interesting. So pretty good beat, I guess, across the board. Pretty good. Oh yeah, we also had NXPI. I can't forget about that. So not really doing too much, actually. Not really doing too much. Down a little bit in the pre-market. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. CRCL is seeing a little bit of sell side in the pre-market. You know, miners continue to see weakness, guys. GDX, again, bouncing off of a big area here, but retracing some of that bottoming tail liquidity. You got quantum stocks still holding quite well near the highs here. This 35.84 is a big level, kind of trying to recapture that volume shelf. All right, what else do we have going on? We discussed CCJ, UPS. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, good morning. We just look at some stocks in the NASDAQ here. Really seeing anything worth mentioning. I'll stay away from those guys. Sherwin-Williams seeing some strength. Carvana seeing some strength. CVNA gapping up this morning. Recapturing all of the key daily chart moving averages. Ticker FedEx is catching a little bit of a sympathy bid here, guys, from UPS. So again, UPS, strong mover. Again, we are long UPS. I love seeing that. Got nothing but time on that name. What else do we have going on here? QW. Nope, not too sure what the heck that's doing. I guess it's a new ticker. Qnity Electronics. Up a little bit. Let's look at ATI here. ATI also reporting earnings. Stock is gapping up to the high side. Ripper. It's a ripper. All right, let's see some of our biggest losers. Whoops. Plug in here. Yeah, so RCL Royal Caribbean, they're getting absolutely crapped on here, guys. DR Horton also under a little bit of pressure here in the pre-market off of its earnings report. So DHI gapping down this morning. Might be a day trade long opportunity there. Revenue 9.7 billion, which is minus 3.3% year over year, but it beat by 280 million. Home sales revenue of 8.5 billion, 23,368 homes closed. They declared a quarterly dividend. So basically, they missed on their EPS and they beat on their sales estimate. So again, home builder stocks are likely going to be moving to the downside with this. Let's look at Pulte Homes here. What is it? PH? Thought it was PHE. Sometimes we forget the ticker. PHM, Pulte Home Groups. Yeah, that's gapping down this morning. ITB, that's also under some pressure. So I guess really the big one to focus on is, yeah, at the dead lows. So it's a nasty little breakdown. If this were to fall kind of into this gap fill, you know, you got quite a bit of liquidity here. This massive volume breakout candle, back test breakout. I would consider it on the long scalp here, around 142-ish today. All right, let's see what else we got going. If there's any tickers you guys want to look at, feel free to let me know. We got about 20 minutes here. Waste Management also report earnings, guys. Ticker WM. I'm actually happy to see the stock gapping down. This is one that I do like on the long side. We kind of discussed this yesterday, and I said I'm hoping for a gap down because I would look to probably build into a little bit of a position here. I haven't quite decided if I want common shares. I probably want common shares. Again, this stock typically, if you buy the dip on it, it's gonna have a massive continuation move. You know, it's just one of those companies that it's not fun. We all know what waste management does, but we need it. It's a big need. You know, we're definitely a consumer and disposable society, so we're not really going to be changing our habits in a big way here. So waste management, I think, is an interesting opportunity for a long-term port. You just start nibbling on some common shares in this region, and I think they'll pay off. You know, you're already down from the highs. What are you? Now down 15%. So, I mean, perhaps a little bit more. You can see you kind of came into this previous little pivot on earnings. So, earnings low. It's not a bad area at all. ASST. I always get that mixed up with ASTS. I swear, sometimes I'm dyslexic with stocks. Some stocks, you know, you're just too engraved in. Yeah, so that had a really strong day yesterday. Look at that mega volume that was traded. Getting a nice pullback today. I mean, I say that this is a long, as long as you remain above this pivot here. So if you start to lose this pivot and get into that gap window, then you obviously run the risk of just being sucked back down to here. But I think it's an aggressive long as long as you remain above this kind of this low candle, which is 135. Now you might have a little bit of a wick and liquidity grab through that candle, but not a bad area. I mean, you look at kind of what you did over here, you're into the same high volume breakout gap, big candle up, follow through. So, I mean, there is an interesting scenario where this stock can absolutely rip to the upside for sure. Wow. So, I mean, the pullback today probably is going to get gobbled up, I would say. I think it is. RKT, hope it drops below 17. Yeah, I've been watching that name as well. RKT right now under a little bit of pressure. I think the back test would be, I mean, that was a pretty decent back test on volume of your 7 and 20 moving average. What was it yesterday? So that was probably the buy, but there's still a chance that it wants to back test this upsloping trend line. I would consider taking a stab on the long side. Again, obviously earnings is kind of hit or miss as we've seen, but I would love to see a back test of this trend line. That would be the bigger support level. If it fell on earnings, that would be kind of your best bet to get in. Very tough to kind of front run this particular company. Kevin saying massive inverse head and shoulders on AMD breaking out now. You're looking intraday, I guess. Let's look at AMD intraday. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough pattern. I'm trying to see how you're looking at it. What time frame are you on, Cabin? Huge move. I'm not really seeing an inverted head and shoulders. I mean, unless you're looking at the weekly chart pattern that's kind of down here. That's the inverted head and shoulders that I see that can take you to 281, but the stock is extended on every metric. And you got a pretty decent negative divergence. Obviously, semis can still run, but it's getting lofty. So are you looking at the weekly chart, 5 minute? I mean, I don't know if I see that inverted head and shoulders because where's your left shoulder? I mean, I can see you have your head, which would be this, your right shoulder, but there's no real kind of left shoulder that was established. So it's an iffy one. Obviously, the stock is intraday is creating higher highs and higher lows. Um, but this is more kind of I don't even know what you would call this pattern intraday, other than a little bit of an uptrend. What I can see is more of a kind of a bull flag that's trying to get going. You know, you can kind of make sense of a bit of a bull flag here. Gap up, sideways, pushing higher on the hourly chart. So it's an interesting pattern for sure. Definitely. Let's just show you this key zone that I'm eyeing up here on AMD. So, I mean, there's a nice parallel channel on AMD that could take you to at least 264-ish. But again, I think that this stock is still on borrowed time. I think that you're due for about a minimum pullback back to your 7 day, if not back to this previous all-time high. I think you're going to retest sooner rather than later. But it's a tough name to do anything. You know, shorts have been obliterated. ARE, Alexandria Real Estate, gapping down this morning. Yeah, it's not a pretty pattern. But you know, hey, sometimes the pretty patterns, the non-pretty patterns play out because they're not easy to spot. But Alexandria Real Estate gapping down. It's funny that, you know, home builders are weak on the back of real estate stocks also being weak. I kind of find that very intriguing, the fact that real estate and home builders are under pressure. You also got Toll Brothers under pressure. Lennar is under pressure this morning in sympathy to DR Horton. RCL again under pressure. What else we got going on? Top Build, ticker BLD under pressure. Multi Group we discussed. Ferrari seeing some distribution. All right, what else we got? Let's go back to some of our most active. There's unusual volume. Let me just take a peek here. Again, some of your unusual volumes, guys. CCJ absolutely gapping up to the high side. We discussed UPS very early on. That's a nice core long position in the portfolio that we've been accumulating. On the long side, I think that this is going to have a strong move well into 2027. And go figure, guys, why, obviously it's an earnings breakout on UPS, but think about what seasonality period is coming for e-commerce deliveries, your Christmas holidays. I mean, that should be a big tailwind for the stock. Stock is right away gapping up into the gap. Crazy, crazy bullish. And I mean, that's slightly off of the highs in the pre-market, but I'm very bullish. Microsoft ripping on OpenAI, of course. There you go. Look at that. Another OpenAI headline. Thank you, Surfers. Appreciate that. That's crazy. There you go. The next OpenAI headline. You knew there was going to be another one. Just a matter of who the heck. So the Ponzi scheme continues. OpenAI is going to own all the mega caps soon. Yeah, OpenAI goes back and EV all over, all over. Absolutely. You know, it's crazy. All right, what else we got going on? Just looking through here. Most trades. Celestica, Wayfair, Carnival, TSM. Just doing a quick scan of the major headlines here, guys. 10 minutes till the open. 10 minutes till the open. Let's go split screen mode. Wow, SPY is crazy right now. Look at that rip from Microsoft. Absolutely insane price action. You know, just when you thought that this market was overbought yesterday with this end of day squeeze, boom, they gap it up even more. Just shows you this market is one for the ages. VFC, that's coming under a little bit of pressure. JP Morgan maintains Elevance Health raises price target to 394. Let's look at ELV. Yeah, that stock was gapping up a little bit. Not a bad gap up on ELV. This is one that I've also been watching, looking at potentially getting into a longer term position, guys. Chart pattern is trying to firm up on the daily and weekly time frame. Earnings have come and gone, so I think that this stock can potentially now trend into its next quarterly report. So I am watching that one carefully. Apple escapes major payout as judge overturns long-standing App Store lawsuit. Interesting. Pulse seismic. We looked at Wayfair already. What else? Any other headlines that are worth mentioning? A couple notable lawsuits. Not really seeing too much. Bank of America maintains General Dynamics. Price raises it to 400. Ticker GD. Yeah, stock is still super duper strong. Let's look at GEV. So GE still a beast. GEV. How are the war stocks doing? LMT, that's had a nice pullback. What about RTX, Raytheon? Raytheon still seeing some strength. Push Skyworks, go. Go Skyworks, go. Go, 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 go. Come on, I'd love to see Skyworks retest this high. Good morning, suit there. Oh, so PayPal inks ChatGPT wallet deal with OpenAI initiates dividend raise outlook. Okay, so that's also why PayPal's running. Not only is it earnings, but they've also partnered with ChatGPT wallet deal with OpenAI. So another OpenAI headline deal. PayPal. I'm surprised the stock has given up some of these gains, but I think PayPal's probably going to run at least above 80 bucks today, guys. I could see PayPal running to easily $80. So that's probably one that you can buy back on dips. Again, I think the volume trends are likely going to be fairly light today, considering that it's FOMC tomorrow, considering it's your major mega cap tech reporting tomorrow. All right, anything else before we jump into things here? Let's just see if there's anything worth mentioning. What is this? Trump Media Technologies or shares are trading higher after the company launched. It will launch prediction markets on Truth Social. Are you serious? Trump is now getting into the gambling. This is rigged as hell, guys. This is so rigged. Oh my gosh. You know, Trump. Trump is making money. Holy moly. Now You have DJT running to the prediction markets. Holy moly. Wow. So that means that if Trump is getting into the prediction markets, like Robinhood, I mean, is the SEC even going to do anything? Probably not now that your president is into the prediction market. That is great. That's a headline and a half, guys. Wow. Talk about sports going to be rigged now in markets. The president of the United States is getting into the prediction markets, guys. That is just filthy dirty. That is just crazy. I mean, you have to give it to the guy. He's making money, solidifying more of that generational wealth. He's certainly taking advantage of his presidency. So it has an exclusive partnership and arrangement with Crypto.com. That is filthy. Wow. I'll post that headline here in the chat. That is crazy, man. Does anyone on here do any sports betting prediction markets? But yeah, that stock's actually ripping today, guys. That's not a bad. That one's probably also going to catch some serious liquidity. Obviously, it's one that typically gets sold into, but it's not a bad area. This one probably can easily push back to 17-ish. Wow. All right, 3 minutes till the open. What's going on here? Standing up here, guys. Just gonna fill up my coffee mug, and then we'll settle in for the open. You guys, be right back. So right now we have yield slightly green, gold down, natural gas down, crude oil down, Dixie's green, looking like a bit of a rotationary trade occurring in the market. Let's get ready to rock and roll, ladies and gents. Another gap up on SPY. You have to imagine there's going to be some sort of profit taking at some point. This is crazy. Crazy gap ups in the market. Getting a little bit lofty up here. All right, guys, markets are open. Sesame, the casino is alive. Lots of ticks coming on PayPal. Wow, look at SWKS, guys. Skyworks ripping to the high side here. That is crazy. I'm going to look to take some profits on Skyworks, guys. What happened there? All right, guys, I'm all out of my Skyworks for just over 11% profit. I'm all out of my SWKS for about 11% profit. You are seeing AMD still slightly negative, but at the highs of the session. You got the dollar trying to break out intraday. You got Nvidia still strong. Microsoft ripping. Your Russell 2000 is actually negative, guys. So they're selling the Russell pretty sharply right now. PayPal. This is probably a dip buy on PayPal, guys. The only concern is the Russell's friggin' strong. UNH starting to see a little bit of selling here. UPS is still strong, but coming in slightly from the high, still about 9.5%. Micron's negative, Lulu's negative, Open Doors negative. Quite a bit of red on the screen today through your small caps. They are getting sold into, guys. You look at the Russell 2000, and that has triggered a bit of a head and shoulders formation on your 10-minute chart, guys. So the Russell's looking pretty weak. That probably means the S&P is likely also going to come in here. But the Russell's triggered a bear formation, guys. Just be careful with that. Just be very, very careful with that. You know, you could easily see 246-ish on your IWM. But that's definitely a bearish formation playing out on the IWM. Quite a big bear formation. AMD curling down. S&P weaker than the Qs, so your Qs are still your strongest indice, being led by Microsoft. TeraWolf having a good day. Intel strong. UPS still up to over 10. Tesla's gone negative. Galaxy Digital, that's gone negative. Plug Power's gone negative. DataVault strong day up 10.67%. Look at the big fat candle higher on PayPal, guys. Look at that bullish buying. Literally, as I said, that's a buy. Boom. Again, I'm already long PayPal, so I'm hoping this stock continues to push. Again, its earnings highs all the way up at around this 82-ish area. So I think PayPal's probably going to work itself higher here in the overall trend. But let's see what this market's doing here. IWM still continuing to soften up. What else do we have going on? SoFi still slightly green on the session, but that's also coming in from the highs. Just a little bit. You can see that nasty reversal hitting that upsloping parallel channel. Tongue is twisted this morning. Mr. Softy still acting extremely well, coming in slightly from the highs. Crazy. Oklo still decently well. UPS still ripping. AMD gonna rip to 270. We all know you're bullish AMD there. Again, so I locked my profits in on Skyworks, guys, at that wick high in the open, just over 11% on the commons. Nicely done. EXEL, that's having a ripper today, guys. Absolutely bullish recovery from that gap down. It's another stock I do like, quality fundamentals. Let's look at that DJT again. That prediction market headline, I don't mind that on the long attempt, guys. All right, I'm going to try to take DJT here on the long side. Again, this is risky. My stop loss on this trade, guys, is going to be a close below this 1625. So I'm long DJT, guys. Again, this is a super SPAC. Super SPAC. Again, if we close below the 1625, I will look to stop out of this trade. I'm going to give it basically, I'll give it a 2-minute close here. So again, I'm long 1633. Again, this is high risk, just common shares. PayPal still ridiculously strong. Quantum stocks are kind of mixed this morning. Archer trying to hold steady. Ouster's coming in. Oh, I forgot to look at SLB for someone. Schlumberger. Sorry, whoever that was. I'll take a peek at it here in a second. But I'm long SLB, guys, so I like it still. Again, I'm long off that 34 area. Alright, DJT, what are you doing to me? You're already coming in. I'm still holding long DJT, guys, just common shares 1633. Come on, DJT. Get your big butt up there. UPS still strong. PayPal right back to the highs, guys. Here we go. Come on. IONQ, slightly negative. Serve Robotics trying to eke out a gain. Energy stocks are mixed. Webull down. Skyworks now up 18% and ripping. Oklo's green. Baba still down. UPS still holding up 10%. Snapchat down a couple. Nvidia, of course, Nvidia's green. That's up 1.66. PayPal up over 8. Ethereum slightly green on the tape. Come on, DJT, pump it back to the highs. Where are you, Trump, when we need you? You're not up that much. You could easily pump back to the highs. Come on. Give it a little bit of a pump here, man. Just a little bit. You're barely green on this session here. You know, prediction market, where's all that hood liquidity? Where's all that Robin Hood liquidity? All right, guys, so keep a tight stop loss. Mine will be, let's just see this. I'll give it a close below prior day high, guys. So I'll give it room to this 1617. You get a 2-minute close below 1617. I'll look to stop out of DJT. SPY is acting pretty heavy here. So that's a bit of a concern, I would say. Intel still coming in. PayPal still ripping. Intel had that big spike as well. Let's look at Microsoft here on the other. Microsoft starting to get sold into. SoFi still green on the tape. Trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Your S&P slowly trickling here. Slowly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, they're just selling DJT. This frickin' stock, man. Just a dumpster fire. Come on, bounce it off of PDH. 20 seconds decides my fate. Oh my goodness, DJT, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Oh, nasty breakdown. All right, guys, I'm pretty much going to be stopped out here in 10 seconds. Come on. Recapture it. Recapture it. It's a big sweep there. Still holding, guys. I'm still holding. Come on. Bounce a little bit. Bounce a little bit, DJT. Technically, we got the 2-minute close below, but trying to fight here. Let's look at this 3-minute chart. Come on, bounce back to the highs. If we get a bounce back to the highs, I'll look to unload. SPY's still heavy though. Wow, what a ripper in SWKS, guys. If you didn't take profits, that's right back to the highs of the session. Stellar move. Tesla's still green on the session. PayPal's still ripping. SoFi's almost gone negative. You got IWM still getting slaughtered down 0.64%, triggering that bear formation. S&P just up on the session 0.12%. QQQ up 0.41%, leading the charge through your Microsoft, Nvidia, Google's gone negative, Eli Lilly's gone negative. Come on, DJT. Get a little bit of a pump here. It's tough with the Russell week on the session. It's one of the major reasons why. Still living to fight another day on this DJT, but the market's acting pretty heavy right now. Pretty heavy. Come on, Donald Trump. Donald J. Trump. Again, this is a news catalyst trade, guys. The fact that DJT is gaining exposure to the prediction market, I'm kind of running on the theme of the same trade with Robinhood recently running. I can't remember, there was another stock that's escaping my mind that also entered that whole kind of theme. UPS, PayPal still really strong, guys, at the highs. Come on, DJT, pump it, pump it, pump it. IWM is still getting liquidated here. Holy moly, look at the Russell. Full-fledged sell, guys. Full-fledged selling in the Russell. You have to wonder if the S&P is going to play a little bit of catch-up. That's kind of what I'm wondering here. Interesting. Quite a bit more stocks are going red here. Oh, DraftKings getting slaughtered. AMD's still slightly green. Nike's red. BlackBerry's gone red. Quantum stocks are seeing some sell side. QBTS is still green though, but majority of quantum are seeing sell side pressure. Gold is still under pressure. Gold is under 4K, 39.21 on deck. Where are my gold bulls at? Where's Dom? Where's that wire transfer, Dom? UPS still holding value, but seeing a little bit of selling with the market. Come on, DJT, a little bit of a bounce here. All right, guys, I'm gonna look to close out DJT if we get this close under prior day high again. It's holding right now, but 17 seconds or so. SPY's acting very heavy here. It's a bit of a concern. Hold the line. PayPal still remarkably strong. acting extremely well. Meta coming in. A lot of red on the screen, guys. Yes, they're defending DJT. Come on, pump it. Pump it up. Pump it back up, Donald. Let's go. Back to the highs. Take out the highs. Where are we going on this name? 50-day? I'd love to see that 50-day retest. Gold's still weak. PayPal's still at the highs. Skyworks still ripping. Drone stocks are seeing a little bit of selling today, guys. ONDS coming in. DPRO. Go, DJT, go. Go, big bad boy. Rip it. Rip it. I'll look to sell half back at opening range high, guys. Come on. Go, Donald, go. Go, spiking. Let's go. Push it, DJT. Push it. Inverse stock. Utilities are under pressure. A lot of stocks are coming in. Gold trying to catch that bid. SMH about to go negative. Home builders are still getting rocked. SoFi is killing you. What's happening with SoFi? Doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack? Yeah, look at that. Good old-fashioned gap and crack. That is a buy the rumor, sell the news, earnings pop, bang, reversal, new all-time high, liquidity sweep, and getting wrecked. That is a stunning reversal actually on SoFi. That's a little bit of a technical top there. Interesting. And I mean, the whole market is coming in today, right? Right from the highs. This is what I was expecting yesterday, and they didn't give it to us. So there could be a chance that there's a hard sell today, right back down. I wouldn't be surprised if SPY went all the way down back to this range from yesterday. This 682. I mean, this move yesterday was just crazy. Again, come on, DJT. Rip it. Open doors still green. UPS is now coming in. So you got to watch some of these strong stocks because the market is seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Nice day for Western Union again. That's looking like it wants to press to the highs. I know Visa reported earnings. Let's see what that ticker's doing. Or that's after the bell, I guess. But WU, Western Union, looking like it wants to keep trending, guys. This is one that we're also long commons. Finally, a lot of our long exposure in the long-term investing group is waking up, you know. You see names like PayPal acting well today. You've seen obviously UPS. Recently, you've seen Western Union profits. So finally, some of this long exposure waking up. Oh, DJT, you little tease. Come on. Look at SPY. SPY has gone now negative. Full gap and crack to the downside. That is just nasty, guys. That is a nasty little decline starting. Even UPS is coming in. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen. A lot of red. AMD's gone negative. Again, the natural thing would be to see some profit taking ahead of Fed. Your SOXS is slightly negative. Remember, this market could go pretty deep if semiconductors were to sell off. We're still super duper extended. Crazy extended in semiconductor land. All right, what else we got going on here? Scanning through, you got some weakness in financials, although they're not down that much. CDNS trying to catch a bit of a bid off of the lows, but still seeing some heavy sell side. BNB slightly green, Rivian slightly green. Wow. Look at this ARE getting smoked. Down 17.4% on Alexandria Real Estate. That is just filthy. This should be hurting regionals, right? Yeah, regionals are down pretty sharp today. Let's look at the big financials. XLF. That's starting to roll over here too. Interesting. But ARE, that's a hard sell on Alexandria Real Estate, guys. It's a really big sell. Let's see if there's a day trade scalp long on that name. You're breaking 52-week lows. You're coming into your previous 2015, 2016 breakout zone. Wow. Guys, so SPY still selling. DJT trying to hold PDH level. I'm expecting DJT to catch a bid if SPY can catch a bid. I mean, right now the Russell's just so weak, and the stock's actually holding some relative strength. Slightly green in a weak market. Come on, DJT, give me a little bit of hope here. Snapchat now down 1%. Intel still showing strength. Lithium stocks showing strength. Regional banks are under pressure due to real estate stocks. So continue to watch that. A little bit of a bid here in S&P. Lyft has gone negative. VIX is up 2.66%. What else we got going? UPS is now coming in, guys, from the highs. Skyworks, obviously we took profits. That's still trading near the highs. If we start to see PayPal get faded, just like UPS, that's a bit of a concern that we're likely going to go lower. You really want to take note of the strong stocks that are holding value as the market's selling, and if those start to sell off, we can go deeper in this S&P correction, intraday correction. Anonymous saying RSP quite negative, large caps holding SPY. Good observation. Ram saying good morning. Good morning, Ram. Yeah, 665 is not happening today. Not happening, Ram. 665 is all the way down here. I mean, that's not happening today. You're at the high of the range. 665 would be about a 3% fall in the major indice. I don't expect that ahead of the Fed. I feel like they're going to take us back to this range today. Maybe at a very rare, if you got some sort of a news announcement, maybe back to gap. But I'm expecting they're probably just going to take us back to yesterday's range. That's what I'm expecting, which is kind of sitting between 683 to 682. PayPal to 80 and then dump. Well, I'm holding PayPal for a long time here. I've sat through quite a bit of volatility. I mean, I'm sub $70 accumulation with members in the investing group. And I honestly like PayPal heading into 2027. I mean, I've done a deep dive. I did a fundamental review of PayPal in one of the I think monthly stock picks videos where I discuss PayPal in deep length for, I don't know, probably like 10 to 15 minutes, going into its balance sheet, forward-looking projections, revenue, profit, EPS, future products and pipelines, insider accumulation trends. So no, I'm in PayPal for the long, I think PayPal's gonna head to 140. You're put in one of the largest stage one basing formations, and it's been getting choppy in here. When you get very choppy in a stage one basing formation, right at the apex, as you approach the apex, something big is brewing, I think, in PayPal. A lot of people have written it off as a fintech company, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. That's for sure. Come on, DJT, pump it up. But for now, guys, DJT is still pushing. I don't think PayPal is going to dump. I think this is a strong news catalyst, guys. So you have positive earnings from PayPal. You also have an open AI partnership with PayPal. So just be careful. If you're going to short PayPal, be very careful. I'm long and I ain't budging on my shares. You know, they could take me all the way down another 20%. I'll look to buy more, but I think PayPal's into a huge long-term value area. Huge. I've discussed this for quite a while. Webull sucking on the session as usual. What else is new with Webull? QBTS still holding some strength. Nike down a little bit. What else we got going? Skyworks, guys, still a beast at the highs. Beautiful little trade there. We banked our profits this morning, but Skyworks partnering in a merger with an all-cash deal with Corvo. Quite impressive. Yeah, Weeble is pure toxic. That's another one that's just gonna have to, I guess, it's gonna have to work itself up through the channels. Look at PYPL ripping, Ripper McGee. DJT also trying to push here. Big bounce in the markets. Come on, DJT. Get your fat ass up there. Pump it back to the highs. All right, guys, so I will look to trim half at this double top opening range high of my DJT if we get there. Other than that, my stop loss is that 3-minute, maybe a 5-minute close below prior day high. But any sort of a little bit of a bearish intraday close below that prior day high, I'd look to stop out. But for now, we remain long and strong. Not really seeing anything else. I'm doing a big scan. We're now trading into pretty much the first 30 minutes is approaching. Again, home stocks are getting slaughtered. Regional banks under pressure. Real estate under pressure. SMR, that's up 4%. Nice day. SMCI is still green. DraftKings slapped around like a ragdoll. Block tick XYZ holding steady. You think Webull at $8 to $9 is a fair price? Don't tell me that. I'm going to pretend like I didn't see that. I'm going to put my blinders on. I hope not. AMD is still slightly green. AFRM. Oh yeah, I want to look at Carvana because that was strong off the open. CVNA getting faded. AFRM. Wow, AFRM not looking good either, guys. Intraday looking like a bit of a topping formation. I mean, this could actually get cracked through this neckline and go pretty deep in a little bit of an intraday sell-off here. Looking pretty dirty. IWM though, into a little bit of support here on the Russell. You can see these previous pivot highs from Monday, Tuesday. So there is some support here on the Russell. But the Russell bear target that we've triggered is here. The question is, do they want to give you a big retrace? Interesting. Gold is trying to make a little bit of a peak higher here. Gold is catching that little bit of a tiny bit. I mean, GLD, just a nasty breakdown on GLD. That's filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. But it's looking like it's putting in a bit of a reversal attempt here. You know, I think miners are also looking to press here. They've actually gone green already. So despite gold seeing some heavy distribution, your miners, your higher volatile, higher liquid assets, higher beta stocks are actually turning the corner and going green, guys. That's quite interesting. SILJ turning green. Look at that, eh? Very strong reversal in GDX, guys. So gold could be giving us a little bit of an insight that maybe gold's going to go positive and grind higher here into Fed day. Nvidia still holding steady. Bitcoin starting to catch quite a bit of liquidity here. Look at BTC ripping to the upside. Let's look at BMNR. They do weird shit to BMNR. I don't trust the stock. These Ethereum plays just do not move the way they should sometimes. You know, Coinbase, Mara, and MSTR definitely your better plays still. MSTR. Interesting. Crowd all-time high. Is it an overcrowded trade? Yeah, look at that. Nasty move. Beautiful move. That quietly broke out. Didn't even realize that. Good observation. Up 2.42%. Yeah, strong move. A little bit of resistance coming, but I mean, in uncharted territories, it's definitely got some momentum to continue running here. Not really overbought at all. Nice bull flag breakout. I mean, just simply this bull flag alone. Let's just measure it here. Yeah, this bull flag takes you 577, but you have to wonder with an overshoot, probably 600. Crowd's looking pretty decent. How's TTD again? TTD also forming a really interesting, guys, into earnings. I mean, this pattern, I've been so tempted to go long. I missed it down here, and I've FOMO'd, and I've looked at this chart ever since. I really hope they give me another dip on earnings. I'd be a buyer. SoFi, awesome double up on SoFi. You're trading SoFi long. Hmm, interesting. Oof, big move on this Pony AI. Oh, come on, DJT, Donald. Donald, I'm supporting the cause. What are you doing? Thought there's some insider trading. I thought you were going to give us a big pump today. Come on. Trying to hop on the POTUS Trump. JP Morgan stellar day, Netflix stellar day, Tesla still strong, Meta still strong, Google, Apple negative, Nvidia up 1.13, Microsoft faded from the highs but still outperforming. Wayfair, yeah. Wayfair every time, any place. I got their stupid little slogan stuck in my head, but crazy move on Wayfair. Gosh, I should have just held all my commons. You can see all these green accumulation levels down here where I was trading it. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Wayfair. Interesting. Go, DJT, rip it. Just absolutely fly, man. Come on, POTUS, give us a big spike. You're so oversold down here. I mean, you're so oversold. Come on, give us some sort of a move here, Trump. That's all you got is 1.5%. You're weak. Come on, where's that POTUS liquidity? Yeah, you're probably going to get a small pullback here in Wayfair. AMD is all I need. I like trading the shitcodes. Yeah, AMD ripping here. Nice call out there, Cabin. The trick with Donald is tweeting. Yep. But DJT actually has a positive news catalyst. I mean, it's a pure speculation company, but the fact that they're getting into the prediction markets, you know, it's gambling revenue. What is our world full of? I mean, fuck gambling. You know, sports gambling, predictions, you know, casinos. That's why you've seen so many celebrities being endorsing casinos because it's a huge worldwide of gambling. I mean, even the stock market is just a big casino house in so many tickers. So it's a positive revenue catalyst. I mean, what the hell does DJT do anyway? The fact that they now actually have potentially a solid revenue stream partnering with crypto.com. To me, that's a bit of a fundamental change in their business model. Do I still think the company's trash? Yeah. We need to really see what type of revenue that brings in once it gets going. But remember, investors are forward looking, so I'm expecting people to front run that trade. But I could be wrong. Been wrong before. RDTT still acting well off of the daily, just consolidating a little bit here. Hourly chart not looking too bad. As long as you maintain structure above this PDL level, I think you can long it. RDTT is actually holding up quite well. Wow, look at PayPal, guys. Just a full beast mode. Beastin'. All right, your consumer confidence report is out as well. Didn't really do much to crude or anything. Gold still down 1%. Tesla still ripping. Nat gas still down a couple percent. All right, guys, I think this is a good area to also take profits on our KOLD, guys, our nat gas short. I think it's a really solid area to take profits in. This was a little bit of a live trade that we've held for a few days, so I'm going to look to close out that nat gas short since it is down quite a nicely, and KOLD is up 6.4%. Weird stuff was happening with these nat gas plays. So that was a good little day trade that we kind of swung a little bit for a few days. And so that's a short on nat gas. You can see UNG today gapping down 3.41%. Nice gap down on nat gas. So this is a little bit of a divergence occurring between the actual nat gas XNG and the UNG Henry Hub contracts. Obviously KOLD tracks the Henry Hub UNG ETF the most, so acting well. Fucking DJT, come on, you bastard. Jets down 2%. AL eating earning gains. Yeah, you got JetBlue. What else do you got? You got the whole kind of travel complex getting hit. Let's look at AAL here. Excuse me. Yeah, look at that. Wow, yeah, it's almost into its earnings gap. So you can basically buy this stock back right ahead of that earnings gap. That's crazy. Yep. Let's look at JetBlue. Yeah, nasty breakdown there on JetBlue. Filthy. Absolutely filthy, guys. That looks like it wants to go back down to the lows. Let's look at Love. Let's look at Delta. RCL, is that catching anything? That's trying to catch a little bit of a bit, but still super weak. Carnival down. Go figure. Boeing is still holding some structure. Open Door still holding some structure. Amazon still green. Your Russell 2000, guys, is still just disgusting on the session. I mean, it's getting sold into yet again. So the big failed breakout attempt on the Russell, if it holds this little neckline, everything's okay. It's just simply a big retest of this breakout neckline, but definitely looking bad intraday for your IWM. Really, really bad. PayPal, new high of day, incoming. S&P still slightly green. They're bouncing it off of the gap. Still waiting on DJT. Micron's negative. Western Digital negative. AMD still strong. JP Morgan, Netflix, Tesla, Meta all green. Crypto showing strength. Carvana, stellar day for CVNA. What else? UPS still holding steady. Rigetti back to the green side. Open Door still green. Intel still ripping up 3%. SoFi down 1.6. Nvidia getting slightly faded, but still at 0.98. UPS still holding technical structure. Google again is negative on the session, but trying to bounce. Tesla still looking like it's in full beast mode here, guys. Look at Tessie go. Wow. What a recovery on Tesla, eh? Absolutely bullish, up 2%, starting to outperform in mega cap tech land. That is crazy. What do I know? Tesla looking like it wants to retest that data high spike. Again, it's probably going to be tough to see Tesla hold these gains if the S&P comes in. But Tesla's in full bull mode right now. All right, we'll keep the S&P up here. Spy land still trying to rip. QBTS still having a solid session, guys. Archer still having a solid session. Another down day for CRML. Serve Robotics still slightly green. PayPal now seeing some distribution. Maybe we don't get a breakout on this DJT. They are just playing dirty, guys. They are playing dirty with us. Dixie's getting faded. Gold still retesting its pre-market high. This is where the bulls want to defend gold. Gold is retesting its pre-market high. Next stop, if it holds this area, is your prior day low on gold. Come on, big boy. Get your butt up there. Let's see if gold turns positive. We're expecting Dom to make a return to the chat. Ouster getting slapped around today. Down 5%. Again, AMD is probably important to watch on the back end of your screen because it is one of your stronger stocks. If that starts to get faded, we could be in for a pretty big fall in the market. Wow, TerraWolf up 21%. What the hell's happening with TerraWolf? Jeez. Anyone know the news on this one? I haven't really checked, but what a crazy pump. Beast mode. Come on, Donald. Give us a DJT pump. I mean, we could see DJT. It's holding, guys. It's trying. I still think DJT can easily get to the highs here. Come on. Tesla's still ripping, guys. Mooning. Tesla is mooning. Wow. Oklo strong. Tesla is ripping to the upside right now, guys. Look at Tessie go. JP is planning JP Morgan puts for December 5th. Any suggestion? Let's look at JP Morgan. 310 puts. Yeah, you got lots of time. I mean, you're buying in the money, so chances are that works out. But let me look at this daily chart of JPM. Come on, here goes DJT, guys. The volume has really thinned out here, which tells me that we could pump here. The only concern with JP Morgan and financials is you're back above your 7 and 20 moving average. And you had basically a failed breakdown here, but there's a little bit of near-term resistance that you are kind of shorting into. So it's not the worst area. There's definitely some resistance. You can see it's already getting rejected intraday, but I don't like the fact that it was breaking down. They failed, the bears had a failed breakout there. You know, I'd be more inclined to see JP Morgan probably retest the double top area. When I look at this RSI kind of divergence, looks like we can go a bit higher. But I would watch it. If you stay underneath this trend line, JP, then I think you're okay. But if you start getting through this downsloping trend line, then maybe keep your stops tight. Well, lunch is on cabin today, guys. AMD ripping to the high side, up 1.84%. What does everyone want for lunch? Send cabin your orders. Gold is trying to make a move here. Webull trying to firm up. Skyworks still holding strength. Open Door still holding strength. UPS still holding strength. Nvidia still up 1%. Tesla coming in just slightly from the highs. PayPal still holding technical strength. Gold trying to bounce off its pre-market high. S&P still holding its prior day high. So acting fairly well. Come on, DJT. We've been patient with you. I swear, if I don't make money on this, I'll be cheesed, man. Here's some tuna on wheat. No, if you're going the fish route, I'll take tuna tartare. Break even on DJT, guys. Break even. I've got 1,000 shares long. DJT, come on, give me something here. Yay, I'm up a penny. Should I take my profits? Hell no. Whoa, greedy, 25%. I can't remember how many shares he bought. He bought, I think it was like 70,000 or yesterday on the dip, maybe even added more. Not 70,000 shares, but 70,000 worth, maybe more. I think there were two tranches that you bought in, can't recall. All right, guys, Ford negative, Datavolt open, Intel, PayPal, Wolf, Nvidia still showing strength, SoFi down 2%, Rigetti still green, QBTS still holding strength. Poor Lululemon, guys. Lululemon is still a long down here. Another one you just tuck away, don't even look at it. Although I look at it every day. Just tuck it away. Oklo still a strong day. Western Union, guys, ticker WU, trying to make a move here through a major high pivot. WU looking solid. Look at that W formation. Looking exceptionally bullish, guys. Here goes DJT. I'm up a 3 whole cents. Let's go. I can retire. AMD just squeezing to the high side. Up 1.79%. I'll put my crypto address in the chat box for you. Or PayPal me, since I'm long PayPal. Pay those PayPal fees. Increase the stock revenue. All right, gold is trying to make a little bit of a move. It's still down 1%, but trying. Again, the interesting divergence in your gold miners and silver miners. They've turned green on the session. Send mine to Gerd. Thanks, Ram. I'll donate half the proceeds to a food bank. Winter is approaching here in Canada. It's starting to get cold. You wake up, there's a little bit of that frost on the grass. Ugh. Winter, winter. We're crazy. Go. Go, DJT, go. Go, DJT, go. The crickets, you know it. You know it. He will. Ram's gonna degen it on cricket for sure. Take those West Indies. All right, guys. DJT, we've been patient with it. It's now firming up, guys. Again, we're long 1633. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Let's see the power of prediction markets and POTUS. It's actually a positive catalyst. Come on, DJT. You can be well more than 2.43%. Come on. If this actually breaks out here, guys, we have potentially a little bit of a W formation on DJT, and we could see a move all the way up to this 1760 area, guys. Yes, DJT ripping. Here we go. It's trying to moonshot here. Moonshot it. Come on, you got more. High of day. New high of day. Come on. New high of day. Take it, DJT. Take it. You know you want to. Go, go, go. SPY still holding structure. Tesla's still ripping and trendy. AMD's still strong. Nat gas still negative down 1.8. WTI crude down 1.4. Gold still down 1. Dixie's still negative. VIX is still slightly green. You got Apple down 0.3, Google down half, Meta down 0.14, Microsoft still strong, Nvidia fading from the highs, Amazon's negative. Your Russell has had a nice bounce, but still down 0.33% on the session. Come on, DJT. Gold consolidating on your 10-minute chart right above its pre-market high. Dollar is getting faded here, so that's actually supportive of equities and gold. DXY starting to come in quite sharply here, ladies and gents. Look at that fall from grace. It's a nasty, nasty fall. Your Russell 2000 is liking that fall in the Dixie. Just a little bit of profit taking. Google still looking somewhat bearish intraday. Amazon looking somewhat bearish intraday. Meta probably going to bounce a little bit, but looking pretty bearish intraday. Microsoft still holding a higher low. If it loses that low of day, opening range low, it could fall pretty sharply. But holding technical structure. Nvidia looking pretty bullish, of course. AMD still looking pretty bullish, of course. Tesla, absolutely a ripper, looking extremely bullish. Strong bounce in Netflix today, NFLX ripping to the high side. Let's look at UNH again. Wow, full round trip on UNH, guys. That is a filthy, filthy move. Back to the downside. Not a bad risk to reward. They've sucked out all of that IV off of that 10-minute candle. Not even many people probably could close their options at a decent spread. They just absolutely ripped it. So not a bad risk to reward now, guys. If you're wanting to trade UNH long, I would keep a stop loss kind of below, where's your second high volume? Probably below this 360, 375 pivot zone here. Interesting. Robinhood acting extremely well, looking pretty decent. Intraday bull flag forming on ticker hood. Western Union, guys, we are long. This stock is just absolutely exceptionally bullish. Ripping. It's absolutely ripping. SWKS, I would look for a buy. You know, I was quite surprised with the headline gap up on SKWS. The reason why I took profits on this name is because they're actually technically buying out Corvo in an all cash and stock deal. And usually when a company announces a buyout, that's actually a little bit net dilution for the current shareholder. So I was quite surprised to see this stock gapping up. So I think that there might be a scenario where this stock can actually get sold into and we would get another buy opportunity. I would look to re-enter Skyworks again because I do like it for a bit of a long-term trade, but I was quite surprised to see it this strong off of a gap up buyout all cash stock deal. Dom's here. Dom has made the return. Is gold trying to firm up? It's trying to establish itself over pre-market high. Mr. Goldbug returns. If I could give you a gold bar next to your emoji, I would. All right, your dollar's getting faded here. S&P 500 also getting faded. Sorry, crypto's getting faded a little bit. What else we got? UPS still holding structure. Drone stocks bouncing. PayPal just a monster. A little bit of sell side pressure in AMD. Look at PayPal ripping. Absolutely full-fledged bull mode, guys. We haven't even hit the earnings high spike. But look at this stage one basing. We are trying to break out. Can we get a new high weekly close? We are ripping on our PayPal commons, guys. Already up double digits, but come on. I want that 140 target. I want to make that 100% on PYPL. Let's go, PayPal. Let's go, Mr. PayPal. Gold is trying to firm up here, guys. GLD on watch. Go, Mr. PayPal, go. Tesla, how's SoFi doing? Yeah, SoFi just a dog. Look at that. Ooh, that's a bear breakdown, guys. That is nasty on SoFi. Ooh, that's filthy. What a dirty hourly candle. I mean, damn, I wish I shorted that. Already a 7% swing. Intraday looking like a bit of a potential failed breakout. Oh, tombstone reversal forming on SoFi. Good night. Good night. Yikes, gold still ripping. All right, guys, I am going to keep a break-even stop loss on my DJT. Just in case we go through a bit of a market correction here as SPY is getting some top wick distribution. I'm seeing AMD also getting sold into a little bit, still up 1.12, but I'm keeping a break-even stop loss. That is a hard stop at 1633 on DJT. Knowing that I've just put a hard stop in, they're probably going to wick me out, but that'll be okay. I mean, I was still looking to trim half of my common shares at that opening range high again, but we'll see. HYMC reporting earnings. Yeah, miners have made that bullish reversal, guys, which is why there's probably a bullish case to suggest that gold is also going to turn green on the session. So I wouldn't be surprised to see gold turning green, GLD to likely fill its gap, considering you have got that bullish relative strength in miners. So full on red to green reversal. So gold is starting to rip now, guys. Absolutely ripping. AMD starting to get heavier up here. S&P still holding value. IWM holding strength. The QQQ and SPY spread is starting to narrow a little bit, just telling us that there is more sell side pressure hitting your NASDAQ and tech heavy stocks for the time being, though. Tesla now coming in from the highs. Go, go, go. Nvidia seeing some sell side. Bitcoin still strong. Again, nice profits secured on natural gas shorts today. UNG cold, nice profits secured on Skywork common shares today. Looking for gold to make a move. We're in the money slightly on this DJT long. AMD getting heavier. Uh-oh, semis are seeing some sell side. Look out below. Look out below. AMD still up 1% on the session. Webull down 1.5%. CDNS not really cooperating. Come on, Western Union, give us a breakout. Oklow's still strong. Oh, I forgot to look at STX, Seagate, guys. STX, yeah, that's down 2.6%. Another leading stock. Seeing some sell side pressure today. All right, crude oil trying to make a move. VIX is still slightly elevated on the session. Oh, DJT, come on, give me a spike up. I just want to exit and sell some here. Come on. Like you're telling me with this news catalyst, that's all you can do is 2.43% and the market is green across SPY. Just disgusting. Come on, Trump, where are you at? PayPal still up 11. Intel having a solid session today, guys. Look at INTC. Maybe that's where the presidential liquidity is going, is into Intel. Wow, I'm tempted to fade Intel. Tough stock to fade since Trump is in it as well. But what a mover, eh? What a mover. BYND trying to make a move, guys. Wow. Look at BYND today. That's pretty jokes. What is this? VC? VSC. Wow. Holy moly. Trying to make a move back to the high side here. VC. Ticker VSEE. Ripping. Big Bear AI catching a little bit of liquidity today. That chart pattern on the hourly chart's not looking bad. Big Bear AI looks like it's going to try to break out, guys. Inverted head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart. Then you've got a hourly chart bull flag forming, a much larger inverse head and shoulders. So not a bad setup on the long side for BBAI. Back above your volume shelf. Recaptured the 7-day. 20-day you're still below, but it's in an uptrend. Interesting. So Big Bear AI might be some... what I'm saying is there's some good IV monitor we can use. I don't really use any. I just look at the chain. And you can see what the IV percentage is. I'm pretty sure all brokerages have it. Or they should have it. Typically, market makers will price in IV ahead of earnings or major news events because they're expecting volatility, right? So it makes the contracts more expensive because they know stocks will typically have a bigger move into an earnings or a major news announcement. Like for instance, I haven't really looked, but I'm sure heading into tomorrow, it's going to be some IV priced into even the S&P contracts, NASDAQ contracts on the back of FOMC. You'll have Google, Meta. So, like for instance, that Beyond Meat trade, we should have made way more. I mean, I'm still holding a runner, and that contract is gaining more and more value because the IV has been priced out of it. But the fact that we shorted the high up here and it just had an absolute fall, those contracts should have been worth a lot more, but the IV was high. So we ended up not making as much money. 50% fall in stock in one day. Those option put contracts should have just exploded, but IV was too high. And that's my bad. We still made money. Still have one contract running. I'm looking to see that gap fill. But the IV's dropped off pretty substantially there. All right, still looking decent on DJT. It's quietly trying to grind, guys. It's not really getting too much attention. Had a little bit of a volume accumulation. This looks like it could be ready to go. Time to pump it up. Do 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 do. Let's go, let's go. Gold still looking constructive. What else? AMD bouncing off of its opening range high. The bulls need to defend AMD. Morgan Stanley green. QBTS still up 2%. Archer Aviation still having a decent day. At least we're in a good place with this DJT. Break even hard stops in place. Come on, just give us a nice trend, a quiet trend. And if we crack that opening range high, you're going to get so much more liquidity. Come on, Donald. Go, go, go. Every single POTUS trade that he's touched has flown and ripped. Could this be another POTUS thematic trade along with prediction market fundamental change in the company? Perhaps. Let me see how big crypto.com is. How big is crypto.com? Crypto.com is one of the largest cryptocurrency platforms globally with over 150 million users, 1.5 billion in annual revenue. It ranks behind Binance and Coinbase, Kraken. Net profit 300 mil. So 150 million users. You wonder how many users are in the prediction markets. So let me just run some mental calculations here. Let me look at this earnings. I mean, look at this SPAC, right? It doesn't even really produce anything, right? So it just burns cash. This is why it could be some meaningful revenue for the stock. So DJT, 150 million users. Let's say conservatively 10%. So 15 million times $1. Interesting. Yeah, it could try to make a nice revenue push. Considering even holding some commons down here for the long term, I don't mind the fundamental change. You know, this could be the first real source of revenue for DJT. I'm going to dive a little bit more into this partnership with Crypto.com. So this is the token that they're going to be using on Truth Social. So the CRO token adoption, Trump Media will integrate Crypto.com digital wallet infrastructure and adopt the Kronos token, CRO, as a utility currency for rewards and subscriptions. Interesting. CRO. Trump Media is purchasing the 105 million in CRO, while Crypto.com is investing 50 million in DJT shares, signaling mutual long-term commitment. Yep, yep, yep. Crazy. D starting to lose its opening range high. S&P could be forming a bit of an intraday bear flag, guys. You're seeing some of those leading stocks, Tesla, AMD softening up a bit. UPS softening up a bit. Hmm. All right, DJT coming in. Uh-oh. It might be doing a bit of a nasty little reversal. Come on, DJT. What are you doing? Gold seeing some selling. Lots of distribution hitting Meta, AMD seeing some more selling. China's still under pressure. Your dollar's still softening here quite a bit. Nat Gas continuing to sell. PayPal still holding strength. Google continuing to sell. Open Door still holding value. Oklo starting to come in now. SoFi again. Wow, SoFi is just a dog, guys. Absolute dog. IWM. Wow, what a bounce in the Russell, guys. That is filthy. Back above the neckline. Shortable zone. With the close above that 5-minute red bar is your stop. So 250 kind of close above that. That would be your stop. But Russell's back to a shortable level. SPY coming in. AMD starting to fall. I hope you took some profits there, Cabin. AMD coming in hot and heavy. SOXX looking a little bit bearish. Nvidia starting to come in. Broadcom AVGO coming in. Intel still super duper strong. Tesla hurling to the downside, needs to bounce here off of prior day high, or we run the risk of going back to the OR low. All right, guys, I'm going to take my DJT profits here, 3 cents. I'm just going to close the trade. It's curling down, not looking good. I'm closing my comments here, 1636. I'm all out for a 3-cent gain. Again, it's not much, but the chart looks like it's curling down, and SPY is seeing a little bit of sell side, so I'll look to reassess, but I don't like the fact that you tried breaking out on some volume and lost that steam. You can get a better fill. You can make 4 cents, but small win, nothing really to rave about, but I don't like what I'm seeing right now in the market. I think we're seeing quite a bit of selling hitting this hood. Semis are trying to see a little bit of downside. I'd look to reassess. I mean, maybe if we hit this prior day again. Your Russell still holding strength. PayPal starting to come in as well. Guys, I'm going to take some lottos on the Russell. Lotto puts on the Russell. I'm going to look for Let's see a revisit of the lows. 248, 248 zeros on the Russell. That's what I'm looking at. Again, I'm going to size it for loss. $0.16, just a small amount, guys. Again, size for loss, guys, on that trade. I'm happy walking away with that. We'll take a AMD still selling here. Gold trying to bounce. PayPal coming in. Tesla's still looking bullish. Nvidia, Microsoft still acting very well. Apple back to the green side. Google, Meta still under pressure. JP Morgan holding steady. Home builders still under pressure. Boeing trying to make a little bit of a push here with the market. So BA ripping to the high side yet again. That's acting quite well. Nice little sell there on DJT. That one's starting to get a little bit weaker, guys. So good job pulling at least a tiny win out of the trade. All right. If we get that 10-minute close back above this gap fill, kind of high close, the 250, I'd look to stop out of these Russell Lottos. We'll see though. SPY bouncing sharply, Russell bouncing. Oh yeah, how's Waste Management doing? Oh, Waste Management got that huge bid off of the lows. Damn, I missed that. Oh, I hope it revisits. What a bounce on ticker WM. Man, I missed that. Shit, I totally forgot about that. Stupid DJT. It's focused on that. Come on. Look at that bounce on Waste Management, guys. We literally discussed that one. Revisited those earnings lows. Wow. Crazy. How's that NUAI stock doing? Still near the highs of the session. Let's look at these rare earths. UUU. CRML. Interesting. ONDS. UMAC. Look at SWKS, guys, starting to come in. Gold trying to make a little bit of a push still off of the lows. Not looking too bad intraday, guys. Gold is still trying to go potentially positive here on the session. Can it climb itself back? Crazy. Look at Western Union, guys. Squeezing, taking out the highs. We've mentioned this W formation again. We are still long off that 788 area commons, coming into that daily 200 moving average. IWM still acting very well. Gold is making a big push here, guys. Gold 39.50 on deck. It's coming in. Oh, IWM ripping. God damn, Russell. Can't stop, won't stop. Still seeing gold acting well. AMD softening up a little bit. Losing its prior day high. Sorry for saying your stop loss got hit at $9 on Western Union. Yeah, I did have that in place. I never took my stop loss, to be honest. So apologies if you got stopped out. IWM still holding at the highs here. But don't chase it if you're wanting to get long Western Union. I wouldn't chase it yet. I'd let it tap that daily 200, get a small pullback, and let it digest some of these gains. Come on, Russell. Hard rejection down. Give us a hard rejection down. AMD back under 260 while trying to fight on 260 here. What else do we got going on? Gold and silver miners still acting very well. Yeah. Archer still holding strength. SOXS is quietly climbing. Your SOX ETF is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Your semis are still super extended here, guys. So if they start to see some profit taking, the market can fall a little bit. Yeah, we all lose and then we make. We all lose and then we make. Ebbs and flow of the market. Caterpillar still slightly green. Tesla up 2%. Microsoft still holding value. Amazon still negative. Google negative. Meta negative. Tesla's still holding above that prior day high. So on a technical intraday basis, Tesla's looking like probably the best mega cap long. Look at the nice decline. Come on. Again, we're writing a Lotto IWM 248 put, which would basically be a revisit of the lows, guys. Come on, take us downtown. Take us back down, IWM. I would be very happy if Russell retested the lows again. That would be beautiful to see. Again, Tesla's technically a long off of this 460.16 area. if you're wanting to long it with a tight stop loss, not a bad area. The only troublesome aspect is the market is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but Tesla's actually holding up relatively well. You know, it's above its prior day high. Nvidia is still above its prior day high. AMD has lost its prior day high. Microsoft is still above its prior day high. Amazon is below its prior day high, looking a little bit more bearish. Google is also below its prior day high, looking a little bit more bearish. Meta has also lost its prior day high and kind of flirting with its prior day low, so looking somewhat bearish in the very near term. Apple has also lost its prior day high, but bouncing off its opening range low. So really Tesla and Nvidia and Microsoft are holding some technical structure intraday. How is DR Horton doing? That's created a nice bounce. Wow, look at that bounce. What about Alexandra Real Estate, ARE? That's tried bouncing a little bit. Biotech still holding steady. Gold is still trying to make a push here, guys. Gold is still acting somewhat well. It's only down 0.74%, so it's quietly grinding, guys. Grinding quietly. Again, Boeing looking pretty decent. ACN at the highs of the session. PYPL coming in a little bit. Your dollar's still softening. Crude oil is softening as well. With your meetings, thank you, Stoic. Thank you, thank you. Real quick, RKT, what do you think? Buy or wait? Let's take a quick peek here. I would, 10-minute there is some intraday support, but it's looking bearish intraday because you've lost your opening range low. So I wouldn't buy it unless you recapture that OR low. It's technically a short below this level intraday. You're holding, I would let it retest that 7-day moving average, which is sitting around that 1756 for more aggressive buy. No problem. It's your bigger area. Again, the big question is, are we going to see more profit taking, guys? Again, tons of volatility tomorrow. Fed meeting, 2. You get the interest rate decision. Interest rate decision will be a quarter basis point cut. And then you also get the bigger volatility event, which is 2:30. Papa Powell, will he say F your puts or will he say F your calls? Tough to say, you know, but we'll see what happens. We're going to get a big opportunity. We're going to get some big volatility. What's everyone think for Fed Day tomorrow? I'm going to put a poll here. FOMC day. Obviously, it's hard to say the market. FOMC day tomorrow. All right, FOMC day tomorrow. What is Papa Powell going to be doing? I put the poll in, either a pump or a dump. YS saying, fuck your puts. Excuse the language, guys. I hope there's no kids. Apologies. Maybe they just keep us pinned up here for the remainder of the day. That could easily happen, guys. The volume's thinning out. Could easily happen. I'm just gonna grab some quick lunch here. I'll be back in probably a few minutes or so. Market's pretty docile here, just chopping sideways. Um, Again, structurally, there are some intraday longs in certain mega caps. Not everything is a long here, but markets are still holding steady. You're technically on the S&P above your opening range prior day high, so things are holding well. Distribution hitting the tape right now. Gold still quietly climbing. Your semiconductors are still holding value, but SPY is looking like a bear flag lowercase h pattern. Looks like the Russell's getting somewhat rejected off that neckline. If the Russell loses this prior day low again, 249.51, it is night for small caps, and we should revisit the lows. But interesting divergence. SPY selling hard, your SOXX holding firm. Quite impressive to see that little divergence. Obviously, what is occurring right now is a pretty decent size sell-off, but we'll see if semiconductors want to give up some goods here. IWM is selling off here quite nicely. Again, lotto puts, hopefully they print to the downside. Peter saying SoFi heavy volume on the 32 call this week. Interesting. Tesla's still ridiculously strong right now, acting very well. Again, this is a bit of a bear flag on SPY, guys. H pattern, bear flag takes us down to 684 is potentially the H pattern target. But you still have pockets of strength. AMD is looking like a bit of a bear flag on your 10-minute chart. What else we got going on? Gold's still quietly trying to creep, but your semis are still resilient right now. Absolutely resilient. Oklo's been faded. JP Morgan getting faded. Apple back to the negative side. Interesting. Second. Yeah, the markets are breaking down a little bit here. Structurally, the H pattern on your S&P looks like it's playing out. You have AMD triggering a bit of that bear flag. Gold still ripping to prior day low. SOXS are now selling off. Gold only down 0.46% now. WTI crude down 2, nat gas still down 1.6, IWM down 0.35, S&P's flat, QQQ down 0.25, Amazon down, or Amazon slightly green, Microsoft still up 2%, Apple back to the negative side, Google down, Nvidia still up half. There's a little bit of a Jensen Huang keynote speech today. Tesla's still holding strength up above its prior day high. But markets are getting heavy here, guys. Come on, let's see it. IWM revisit the lows. I would not be disappointed if that was to happen. Markets are getting heavier. Markets are getting heavy. Really nice decline coming in, guys. Nice afternoon decline coming into the picture here. Puts are starting to wake up on the IWM, guys. IWM puts are starting to wake up. And I still have those 10 IWM 248 puts, lotto size. It's a long shot, but it's coming in. So by 32.22 to 35 cents. Nice. Nicely done. Big bounce on the S&P there, getting gobbled up. And you still have AMD kind of seeing some sell side pressure. Broadcom's holding steady. Intel still absolutely ripping. SMCI, new high of day ripping. Qualcomm getting faded but looking a little bit more constructive. So there's quite a bit of distribution and rotation in certain semis here. This job, SoFi calls now 40 cents. Yeah, SoFi's a beast. SoFi has big swings. Just understand though that it's still negative. Trend is down intraday. So if you're long, I would make sure that you at least protect some profits, if not take some profits. Because this market is still looking a little bit troublesome now. That's a bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail, but I don't think it's going to hold up for the rest of the day. You know, you have the Russell 2000 really breaking down here. You've got some serious weakness creeping back into regional banks again. Biotech is holding steady, XBI, at least when I last looked. That's actually now coming in from the high, so it's giving up some of its gains. What else is a big component? Real estate stocks are still under quite a bit of pressure on the downside. But your IWM looks a little bit fragile here, guys. It's starting to come in pretty sharply. Again, we still got those Lotto IWMs, 248s. Come on. So flush it. Flush it. Crude oil getting liquidated, guys. Crude oil coming actually into its 7-day moving average. Could be a bounce spot. Nice job, Peter. AMD gonna rip tomorrow on Pow Pump. We will find out. What's the poll doing so far? We got 6 votes. 83% say pump. 17% say dump. Let's get some more votes, guys. Put your opinion, pump or dump in the market tomorrow on Papa Pow. We will definitely be live trading tomorrow. Here, Russell, coming down. Again, I'll look to trim half of my IWM puts at this TP1. It's probably best to protect the trade now with a break even if you're short the markets. Big bets in the market. Gold quietly climbing here yet again, guys. Come on, push it. Love to end up making some money on these GLDs. So 2 minutes till we have NVIDIA keynote speech from Jensen Huang. Play the keynote speech in the background. Kia's ripping. Nokia is ripping. Uh, the keynote in the for NVIDIA. I'll play that. Yippers, up 17%. Nokia squeezing. Look at that technical back test, guys. Isn't that beautiful? Daily chart. I mean, you just study this. Upsloping trend line, meeting with a flat top. Back test, boom. I mean, holy moly. Yeah, the AI pump is crazy. Crazy. You have to wonder how much more could there be? That's quite ridiculous. They're announcing AI partnerships with everyone. Ram saying his first job was Nokia 2005, 2007. Nice. Pretty interesting. So I got the NVIDIA keynote in the background. We'll listen to it a little bit. You know, looking at NVIDIA, it's almost at its all-time highs. I did get stopped out on my IWM puts, break even, stop loss. Yep, round tripping the revenue. It is. It's crazy. It's almost like one big Ponzi scheme. It's ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. Between the AI headlines and open AI, I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. It's Nokia, right? Nokia had the deal? NOK? Is that the deal? I believe that's the deal, right? You name it. There's probably going to be a lot of deals. Yeah, it's idiotic. But I don't know. I really don't know who else is going to have a deal. It seems like they're going to make a partnership with pretty much everyone. You know, why don't they just buy up all the other semiconductors and have monopoly? They're going to be Intel. If they pump Intel up some more, because Trump's there. Trump wants to congratulate Jensen Huang. The OpenAI will do deals with fruit sellers, meat sellers, veggie sellers, fish sellers. I don't know. You'll probably hear NVIDIA announce some sort of partnership with Quantum, maybe. Additional quantum liquidity. Something that Trump's probably already in. No, you'll probably hear NVIDIA announce a partnership with the rare earth metals. Yeah, Nokia NVIDIA investment 1 billion. Yep. And 1 billion is what? Nothing for NVIDIA. Still continuing to sell. You thought it should be Tesla, as AMD already has a deal. NVIDIA will partner with Dom and Gold. Yeah. AI to produce more gold. No, they'll probably partner with Bitcoin. That's the next thing. NVIDIA buys Bitcoin, becomes the next Bitcoin treasury or Ethereum treasury. Or imagine NVIDIA says, oh, we're going to partner with Truth Social and buy this ticker CR, oh, not Kronos, what is it, CRO on the crypto exchange. This Kronos Tether coin. We're going to get behind Trump and we're going to partner with crypto.com in the prediction markets. That'd be crazy. All I know is there are a lot of valuations that are still super expensive, guys. I mean, that's why it's tough analyzing things from a fundamental standpoint. Even though I think it's beneficial to do so, there's still so many companies that are expensive, even the historical stock market. But that's just the nature of the beast, right? The markets can stay irrational and can keep trending for quite a long time. We're still waiting for this keynote. Oh, that could be actually an interesting guess. Yeah, that's a good guess there. Yeah, look at BlackBerry. It did spike intraday, kind of the same time frame as Nokia there. Good good observation there, Sarp. Perhaps, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Wow. Cabin saying OpenAI announced recently they're opening their image slash video storage into adult entertainment sector, so the porn sector is going to be that much crazier. Yeah, some of those Sora, yeah, no joke for real. It's going to be powerful. It's already powerful, and to think it's going to be more powerful. Accompany that with AI. Yep, you'll be having pretty much any fantasy, online fantasy. I'm not gonna lie, some of those Sora videos are pretty hilarious though. Some of the shit you see, funny as hell. It's trying to break out. Shook me out for a little small gain. Now it's trying to push. I mean, if you get a close above your opening range high, then you could look for a bit of a squeeze to the $17 area. So a break of 1663 here, you probably get a squeeze to 17. But yeah, it's looking good. Waiting on this keynote, guys, to begin. It's crypto. Let's see. Why the hell is the event not playing here? Either YouTube seriously delayed? Because we are about to have the NVIDIA stream starting here. We're about to have the NVIDIA stream keynote speech starting here.
Where invention shaped destiny, and technology helped dreams take flight.
NVIDIA
At Bell
keynote live.
Labs, the transistor was born, sparking the age of semiconductors and giving rise to Silicon Valley. Hedy Lamarr reimagined communication, paving the way for wireless connectivity. IBM's System 360 put a universal computer at the heart of industry. Intel's microprocessor drove the digital age forward. And Cray's supercomputers expanded the frontiers of science.
So we think we're at the beginning of something with this technology, and we're going to go just as fast as we can.
Apple made computing personal.
Hello, I am Macintosh.
Microsoft opened the window to a new world of software. Long before the web,
You've got mail.
U.S. government researchers built ARPANET, connecting the first computers, the foundation for the internet.
An iPod, a phone. Are you getting it?
Then Apple again put 1,000 songs in your pocket and the internet in your hand. Every era, a leap.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Every leap, America led. Now, the next era is here, launched by a revolutionary new computing model.
This is likely going to be the most important contribution we've made to the computer industry. It will likely be recognized as a revolution. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, computers that almost appear to think. The amount of computational resource is ultimately what's going to turbocharge this field.
Artificial intelligence, the new industrial revolution. At its heart, NVIDIA GPUs, invented here in America. Like electricity and the internet, AI is essential infrastructure. Every company will use it, every nation will build it.
Winning this competition will be a test of our capacities unlike anything since the dawn of the space age.
And today, AI factories are rising, built in America. For scientists, engineers, and dreamers, across universities, startups, and industry.
I think we want to try to reach new heights as a civilization, discovering the nature of the universe.
And now, American innovators are clearing the way for abundance, saving lives, shaping vision into reality, lending us a hand, and delivering the future. We will soon power it all with unlimited clean energy. We will extend humanity's reach to the stars.
Pretty hype
This
video.
is America's next Apollo moment. Together, we take the next great leap to boldly go where no one has gone before. And here is where it all begins.
Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., welcome to GTC. It's hard not to be sentimental and proud of America, I gotta tell you that. Was that video amazing? Thank you. NVIDIA's creative team does an amazing job. Welcome to GTC. We have a lot to cover with you today. GTC is where we talk about industry, science, computing, the present, and the future. So I've got a lot to cover with you today, but before I start, I want to thank all of our partners who helped sponsor this great event. You'll see all of them around the show. They're here to meet with you, and really great. We couldn't do what we do without all of our ecosystem partners. This is the Super Bowl of AI, people say. And therefore, every Super Bowl should have an amazing pregame show. What do you guys think about the pregame show and our all-star athletes and all-star cast? Look at these guys. Somehow, I turned out the buffest. What do you guys think? I don't know if I had something to do with that. NVIDIA invented a new computing model for the first time in 60 years, as you saw in the video. A new computing model rarely comes about. It takes an enormous amount of time and set of conditions. We invented this computing model because we wanted to solve problems that general purpose computers, normal computers, could not. We also observed that someday transistors will continue, the number of transistors will grow, but the performance and the power of transistors will slow down. That Moore's law will not continue limited by the laws of physics. And that moment has now arrived. Dennard scaling has stopped. It's called Dennard scaling. Dennard scaling has stopped nearly a decade ago. And in fact, the transistor performance and its power associated has slowed tremendously. And yet the number of transistors continued. We made this observation a long time ago, and for 30 years we've been advancing this form of computing we call accelerated computing. We invented the GPU, we invented the programming model called CUDA, and we observed that if we could add a processor that takes advantage of more and more and more transistors, apply parallel computing, add that to a sequential processing CPU, that we could extend the capabilities of computing well beyond. And that moment has really come. We have now seen that inflection point. Accelerated computing, its moment has now arrived. However, accelerated computing is a fundamentally different programming model. You can't just take a CPU software written by hands, executing sequentially, and put it onto a GPU and have it run properly. In fact, if you just did that, it actually runs slower. And so you have to reinvent new algorithms. You have to create new libraries. You have to, in fact, rewrite the application, which is the reason why it's taken so long. It's taken us nearly 30 years to get here, but we did it one domain at a time. This is the treasure of our company. Most people talk about the GPU. The GPU is important, but without a programming model that sits on top of it, and without dedication to that programming model, keeping it compatible over generations. We're now CUDA 13 coming up with CUDA 14. Hundreds of millions of GPUs running in every single computer, perfectly compatible. If we didn't do that, then developers wouldn't target this computing platform. If we didn't create these libraries, then developers wouldn't know how to use the algorithm and use the architecture to its fullest. One application after another. I mean, this is really the treasure of our company. cuLitho, computational lithography. It took us nearly 7 years to get here with cuLitho, and now TSMC uses it, Samsung uses it, ASML uses it. This is an incredible library for computational lithography, the first step of making a chip. Sparse solvers for CAE applications. cuOpt, a numerical optimization, has broken just about every single record. The traveling salesperson problem, how to connect millions of products with millions of customers in the supply chain. Warp, Python solver for CUDA, for simulation. cuDF, a data frame approach, basically accelerating SQL, data frame databases. This library is the one that started AI altogether, cuDNN. The library on top of it, called Megatron Core, made it possible for us to simulate and train extremely large language models. The list goes on. MONAI, really, really important. The #1 medical imaging AI framework in the world. By the way, we're not going to talk a lot about healthcare today, but be sure to see Kimberly's keynote. She's going to talk a lot about the work that we do in healthcare. And the list goes on. Genomics processing, aerial pay attention. We're going to do something really important here today. Quantum computing. This is just a representative of 350 different libraries in our company. And each one of these libraries redesigned the algorithm necessary for accelerated computing. Each one of these libraries made it possible for all of the ecosystem.
Keep quantum stocks on watch, guys.
Accelerated computing, and each one of these libraries opened new markets for us. Let's take a look at what CUDA X can do.
Ready, go!
Is that amazing? Everything you saw was a simulation. There was no art, no animation. This is the beauty of mathematics. This is deep computer science, deep math, and it's just incredible how beautiful it is. Every industry was covered, from healthcare and life sciences to manufacturing, robotics, autonomous vehicles, computer graphics, even video games. That first shot that you saw was the first application NVIDIA ever ran. And that's where we started in 1993. And we kept believing in what we were trying to do. And it's hard to imagine that you could see that first virtual fighter scene come alive. And that same company believed that we would be here today. It's just a really, really incredible journey. I want to thank all the NVIDIA employees for everything that you've done. It's really incredible. We have a lot of industries to cover today. I'm going to cover AI, 6G, quantum, models, enterprise computing, robotics, and factories. Let's get started. We have a lot to cover, a lot of big announcements to make, a lot of new partners that would very much surprise you. Telecommunications is the backbone, the lifeblood of our economy, our industries, our national security. And yet, ever since the beginning of wireless, where we defined the technology, we defined the global standards, we exported American technology all around the world so that the world can build on top of American technology and standards. It has been a long time since that's happened. Wireless technology around the world, largely today, deployed on foreign technologies. Our fundamental communication fabric built on foreign technologies. That has to stop. And we have an opportunity to do that, especially during this fundamental platform shift. As you know, computer technology is at the foundation of literally every single industry. It is the single most important instrument of science. It's the single most important instrument of industry. And I just said, we're going through a platform shift. That platform shift should be the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to get back into the game, for us to start innovating with American technology. Today we're announcing that we're going to do that. We have a big partnership with Nokia. Nokia is the second largest telecommunications maker in the world. It's a $3 trillion industry. Infrastructure is hundreds of billions of dollars. There are millions of base stations around the world. If we could partner, we could build on top of this incredible new technology, fundamentally based on accelerated computing and AI, and for the United States, for America to be at the center of the next revolution in 6G. So today we're announcing that NVIDIA has a new product line. It's called the NVIDIA ARC, the Aerial Radio Network Computer, Aerial RAN Computer, ARC. ARC is built from three fundamental new technologies: the Gray CPU, the Blackwell GPU, and our ConnectX, Mellanox ConnectX networking designed for this application. And all of that makes it possible for us to run this library, this CUDA-X library that I mentioned earlier called Aerial. Aerial is essentially a wireless communication system running on top of CUDA-X. We're gonna create, for the first time, a software-defined, programmable computer that's able to communicate wirelessly and do AI processing at the same time. This is completely revolutionary. We call it NVIDIA ARC. And Nokia is going to work with us to integrate our technology, rewrite their stack. This is a company with 7,000 fundamental, essential 5G patents. Hard to imagine any greater leader in telecommunications. So we're going to partner with Nokia. They're going to make NVIDIA ARC their future base station. NVIDIA ARC is also compatible with AirScale, the current Nokia base stations. So what that means is we're going to take this new technology and we'll be able to upgrade millions of base stations around the world with 6G and AI. Now, 6G and AI is really quite fundamental in the sense that for the first time, we'll be able to use AI technology, AI for RAN, to make radio communications more spectral efficient. Using artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning, adjusting the beamforming in real time in context, depending on the surroundings and the traffic and the mobility, the weather. All of that could be taken into account so that we could improve spectral efficiency. Spectral efficiency consumes about 1.5% to 2% of the world's power. So improving spectral efficiency not only improves the amount of data we can put through wireless networks without increasing the amount of energy necessary. The other thing that we could do, AI for RAN, is AI on RAN. This is a brand new opportunity. Remember, the internet enabled communications, but amazingly smart companies, AWS, built a cloud computing system on top of the internet. We are now going to do the same thing on top of the wireless telecommunications network. This new cloud will be an edge industrial robotics cloud. This is where AI on RAN, the first is AI for RAN to improve radio spectrum efficiency. The second is AI on RAN, essentially cloud computing for wireless telecommunications. Cloud computing will be able to go right out to the edge where data centers are not, because we have base stations all over the world. This announcement is really exciting. Justin Hodar, the CEO, I think he's somewhere in the room. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for helping the United States bring telecommunications
Look at that spy spike
to America. This is really a fantastic, fantastic partnership. Thank you very much.
Crazy blow-off move.
That's the best way to celebrate Nokia. Let's talk about quantum computing. 1981, particle physicist, quantum physicist Richard Feynman imagined a new type of computer that can simulate nature directly. To simulate nature directly, because nature is quantum. He called it a quantum computer. 40 years later, the industry has made a fundamental breakthrough. 40 years later, just last year, a fundamental breakthrough. It is now possible to make one logical qubit. One logical qubit. One logical qubit that's coherent, stable, and error-corrected. In the past, now that one logical qubit consists of, could be sometimes tens, sometimes hundreds of physical qubits, all working together. As you know, qubits, these particles are incredibly fragile. They could be unstable very easily. Any observation, any sampling of it, any environmental condition causes it to become decoherent. And so it takes extraordinarily well-controlled environments and now also a lot of different physical qubits for them to work together and for us to do error correction on these, what are called auxiliary or syndrome qubits, for us to error correct them and infer what that logical qubit state is. There are all kinds of different types of quantum computers: superconducting, photonic, trapped ion, stable atom, all kinds of different ways to create a quantum computer. Well, we now realize that it's essential for us to connect a quantum computer directly to a GPU supercomputer so that we could do the error correction, so that we could do the artificial intelligence calibration and control of the quantum computer, and so that we could do simulations collectively, working together, the right algorithms running on the GPUs, the right algorithms running on the QPUs, and the two processors, the two computers working side by side. This is the future of quantum computing. Let's take a look.
There are many ways to build a quantum computer. Each uses qubits, quantum bits, as its core building block. But no matter the method, all qubits, whether superconducting qubits, trapped ions, neutral atoms, or photons, share the same challenge. They're fragile and extremely sensitive to noise. Today's qubits remain stable for only a few hundred operations, but solving meaningful problems requires trillions of operations. The answer is quantum error correction. Measuring disturbs a qubit, which destroys the information inside it. The trick is to add extra qubits, entangle, so that measuring them gives us enough information to calculate where errors occurred without damaging the qubits we care about. It's brilliant, but needs beyond state-of-the-art conventional compute. That's why we built NVQLink, a new interconnect architecture that directly connects quantum processors with NVIDIA GPUs. Quantum error correction requires reading out information from qubits, calculating where errors occur, and sending data back to correct them. NVQLink is capable of moving terabytes of data to and from quantum hardware, the thousands of times every second needed for quantum error correction. At its heart is CUDA-Q, our open platform for quantum GPU computing. Using NVQLink and CUDA-Q, researchers will be able to do more than just error correction. They will also be able to orchestrate quantum devices and AI supercomputers to run quantum GPU applications. Quantum computing won't replace classical systems. They will work together, fused into one accelerated quantum supercomputing platform.
Wow, this is a really long stage. You know, CEOs, we don't just sit at our desk typing. This is a physical job. So today we're announcing the NVQLink. And it's made possible by two things. Of course, this interconnect that does quantum computer control and calibration, quantum error correction, as well as connects two computers, the QPU and our GPU supercomputers, to do hybrid simulations. It is also completely scalable. It doesn't just do error correction for today's number of few qubits. It does error correction for tomorrow, where we're going to essentially scale up these quantum computers from the hundreds of qubits we have today to tens of thousands of qubits, hundreds of thousands of qubits in the future. So we now have an architecture that can do control, co-simulation, quantum error correction, and scale into that future. The industry support has been incredible. Between the invention of CUDA-Q, remember, CUDA was designed for GPU, CPU, accelerated computing. Basically using both processors to use the right tool to do the right job. Now, CUDA-Q has been extended beyond CUDA so that we could support QPU and have the two processors, QPU and the GPU, work and have computation move back and forth within just a few microseconds. The essential latency to be able to cooperate with the quantum computer. So now CUDA-Q is such an incredible breakthrough adopted by so many different developers. We are announcing today 17 different quantum computer industry companies supporting the NVQLink. And I'm so excited about this, 8 different DOE labs: Berkeley, Brookhaven, Fermi Labs in Chicago, Lincoln Laboratory, Los Alamos, Oak Ridge, Pacific Northwest, San Diego National Lab. Just about every single DOE lab has engaged us, working with our ecosystem of quantum computer companies and these quantum controllers so that we could integrate quantum computing into the future of science. Well, I have one more additional announcement to make. Today, we're announcing that the Department of Energy is partnering with NVIDIA to build 7 new AI supercomputers to advance our nation's science. I have to have a shout out for Secretary Chris Wright. He has brought so much energy to the DOE, a surge of energy, a surge of passion to make sure that America leads science again. As I mentioned, computing is the fundamental instrument of science, and we are going through several platform shifts. On the one hand, we're going to accelerated computing. That's why every future supercomputer will be GPU-based supercomputer. We're going to AI, so that AI and principled solvers, principled simulation, principled physics simulation is not going to go away, but it could be augmented, enhanced, scaled, use surrogate models, AI models, working together. We also know that principled solvers, classical computing, could be enhanced to understand the state of nature using quantum computing. We also know that in the future, we have so much signal, so much data we have to sample from the world. Remote sensing is more important than ever. And these laboratories are impossible to experiment at the scale and speed we need to unless they're robotic factories, robotic laboratories. So all of these different technologies are coming into science at exactly the same time. Secretary Wright understands this, and he wants the DOE to take this opportunity to supercharge themselves and make sure that the United States stay at the forefront of science.
Quantum getting
I want
slapped.
to thank all of you for that. Thank you. Let's talk about AI. What is AI? Most people would say that AI is a chatbot, and it's rightfully so. There's no question that ChatGPT is at the forefront of what people would consider AI. However, just as you see right now, these scientific supercomputers are not going to run chatbots. They're going to do basic science. Science, AI, the world of AI is much, much more than a chatbot. Of course, the chatbot is extremely important, and AGI is fundamentally critical. Deep computer science, incredible computing, great breakthroughs are still essential for AGI. But beyond that, AI is a lot more. AI is, in fact, I'm going to describe AI in a couple different ways. The first way you think about AI is that it has completely reinvented the computing stack. The way we used to do software was hand coding software running on CPUs. Today, AI is machine learning, training, data-intensive programming, if you will, trained and learned by AI that runs on a GPU. In order to make that happen, the entire computing stack has changed. Notice, you don't see Windows up here. You don't see CPU up here. You see a whole fundamentally different stack. Everything from the need for energy. And this is another area where our administration, President Trump, deserves enormous credit. His pro-energy initiative, his recognition that this industry needs energy to grow. It needs energy to advance, and we need energy to win. His recognition of that and putting the weight of the nation behind pro-energy growth completely changed the game. If this didn't happen, we could have been in a bad situation. And I want to thank President Trump for that. On top of energy are these GPUs. And these GPUs are built into infrastructure that I'll show you later. On top of this infrastructure, which consists of giant data centers like easily many times the size of this room, an enormous amount of energy, which then transforms the energy through this new machine called GPU supercomputers to generate numbers. These numbers are called tokens. The language, if you will, the computational unit, the vocabulary of artificial intelligence. You can tokenize almost anything. You can tokenize, of course, the English word. You can tokenize images. That's the reason why you're able to recognize images or generate images. Tokenize video, tokenize 3D structures. You could tokenize chemicals and proteins and genes. You could tokenize cells. Tokenize almost anything with structure, anything with information content. Once you could tokenize it, AI can learn that language and the meaning of it. Once it learns the meaning of that language, it can translate, it can respond just like you interact with ChatGPT, and it could generate just as ChatGPT can generate. So all of the fundamental things that you see ChatGPT do, all you have to do is imagine, what if it was a protein? What if it was a chemical? What if it was a 3D structure like a factory? What if it was a robot? And the token was understanding behavior and tokenizing motion and action. All of those concepts are basically the same, which is the reason why AI is making such extraordinary progress. And on top of these models are applications. Transformers is not a universal model. It's an incredibly effective model, but there's no one universal model. It's just that AI has universal impact. There are so many different types of models. In the last several years, we enjoyed the invention and went through the innovation breakthroughs of multimodality. There's so many different types of models. There's CNN models, convolutional neural network models. There's state space models. There are graph neural network models, multimodal models, of course, all the different tokenizations and token methods that I just described. You could have models that are spatial and its understanding, optimized for spatial awareness. You could have models that are optimized for long sequence, recognizing subtle information over a long period of time. There's so many different types of models. On top of these models, architectures. On top of these model architectures are applications. The software of the past, and this is a profound understanding, a profound observation of artificial intelligence, that the software industry of the past was about creating tools. Excel is a tool. Word is a tool. A web browser is a tool. The reason why I know these are tools is because you use them. The tools industry, just as screwdrivers and hammers, the tools industry is only so large. In the case of IT tools, they could be database tools. These IT tools is about $1 trillion or so. But AI is not a tool. AI is work. That is the profound difference. AI is, in fact, workers that can actually use tools. One of the things I'm really excited about is the work that Ervin's doing at Perplexity. Perplexity using web browsers to book vacations or do shopping. Basically an AI using tools. Cursor is an AI, an agentic AI system that we use at NVIDIA. Every single software engineer at NVIDIA uses Cursor. It has improved our productivity tremendously. It's basically a partner for every one of our software engineers to generate code. And it uses a tool. And the tool it uses is called VS Code. So Cursor is an AI, agentic AI system that uses VS Code. Well,
I'm short
all of these
and
different
okay.
industries, whether it's chatbots or digital biology, where we have AI assistant researchers, or what is a robo-taxi? Inside a robo-taxi, of course, it's invisible, but obviously there's a AI chauffeur. That chauffeur is doing work, and the tool that it uses to do that work is the car. And so everything that we've made up until now, the whole world, everything that we've made up until now are tools for us to use. For the very first time, technology is now able to do work and help us be more productive. The list of opportunities go on and on, which is the reason why AI addresses the segment of the economy that IT has never addressed. IT is a few $1 trillion that sits underneath the tools of a $100 trillion global economy. Now, for the first time, AI is going to engage that $100 trillion economy and make it more productive, make it grow faster, make it larger. We have a severe shortage of labor. Having AI that augments labor is going to help us grow. Now, what's interesting about this from a technology industry perspective also is that in addition to the fact that AI is new technology that addresses new segments of the economy, AI in itself is also a new industry. This token, as I was explaining earlier, these numbers, after you tokenize all these different modalities of information, there's a factory that needs to produce these numbers. Unlike the computer industry and the chip industry of the past. Notice, if you look at the chip industry of the past, the chip industry represents about 5 to 10%, maybe less, 5% or so, of a multi-trillion dollar, few trillion dollar IT industry. And the reason for that is because it doesn't take that much computation to use Excel. It doesn't take that much computation to use browsers. It doesn't take that much computation to use Word. We do the computation. But in this new world, there needs to be a computer that understands context all the time. It can't pre-compute that. Because every time you use the computer for AI, every time you ask the AI to do something, the context is different. So it has to process all of that information. Environmental, for example, in the case of a self-driving car, it has to process the context of the car. Context processing. What is the instruction you're asking the AI to do? Then it's got to go and break down the problem step by step, reason about it, and come up with a plan and execute it. Every single one at that step requires enormous number of tokens to be generated, which is the reason why we need a new type of system, and I call it an AI factory. It's an AI factory for sure. It's unlike a data center of the past. It's an AI factory because this factory produces one thing. Unlike the data centers of the past that does everything, stores files for all of us, runs all kinds of different applications. You could use that data center like you can use your computer for all kinds of applications. You could use it to play a game one day. You could use it to browse the web. You could use it, to do your accounting. And so that is a computer of the past, a universal general purpose computer. The computer I'm talking about here is a factory. It runs basically one thing. It runs AI, and its purpose is designed to produce tokens that are as valuable as possible, meaning they have to be smart. And you want to produce these tokens at incredible rates because when you ask an AI for something, you would like it to respond. And notice during peak hours, these AIs are now responding slower and slower because it's got a lot of work to do for a lot of people. And so you want it to produce valuable tokens at incredible rates, and you want it to produce it cost effectively. Every single word that I used are consistent with an AI factory, with a car factory, or any factory. It is absolutely a factory. And these factories never existed before. And inside these factories are mountains and mountains of chips. Which brings to today. What happened in the last couple of years? And in fact, what happened this last year? Something fairly profound happened this year, actually. If you look, in the beginning of the year, everybody has some attitude about AI. That attitude is generally, this is going to be big, it's going to be the future, and somehow, a few months ago, it kicked into turbocharge. And the reason for that is several things. The first is that we, in the last couple of years, have figured out how to make AI much, much smarter. Rather than just pre-training basically says, let's take all of the information that humans have ever created, let's give it to the AI to learn from. It's essentially memorization and generalization. It's not unlike going to school back when we were kids. The first stage of learning. Pre-training was never meant, just as preschool was never meant to be the end of education. Pre-training, preschool, was simply teaching you the basic skills of intelligence so that you can understand how to learn everything else. Without vocabulary, without understanding of language and how to communicate, how to think, it's impossible to learn everything else. The next is post-training. Post-training, after pre-training, is teaching you skills. Skills to solve problems, break down problems, reason about it, how to solve math problems, how to code, how to think about these problems step by step. Use first principle reasoning. And then after that is where computation really kicks in. As you know, for many of us, we went to school, and that's, in my case, decades ago. But ever since, I've learned more, thought about more, and the reason for that is because we're constantly grounding ourselves in new knowledge, we're constantly doing research, and we're constantly thinking. Thinking is really what intelligence is all about. And so now we have three fundamental technology skills. We have these three technologies, pre-training, which still requires enormous amount of computation. We now have post-training, which uses even more computation. And now thinking puts incredible amounts of computation load on the infrastructure because it's thinking on our behalf for every single human. So the amount of computation necessary for AI to think, inference, is really quite extraordinary. Now, I used to hear people say that inference is easy. NVIDIA should do training. NVIDIA's going to do, they're really good at this, so they're going to do training. That inference was easy. How could thinking be easy? Regurgitating memorized content is easy. Regurgitating the multiplication table is easy. Thinking is hard, which is the reason why these three scales, these three new scaling laws, which is all of it in full steam, has put so much pressure on the amount of computation. Now, another thing has happened. From these three scaling laws, we get smarter models. And these smarter models need more compute. But when you get smarter models, you get more intelligence, people use it If anything happens, I want to be the first one out. Just kidding. I'm sure it's fine. Probably just lunch. My stomach. Was that me? And so,
Mic problems.
So where was I? The smarter your models are, the more people use it. It's now more grounded. It's able to reason. It's able to solve problems it never learned how to solve before because it could do research. Go learn about it, come back, break it down, reason about how to answer your question, how to solve your problem, and go off and solve it. The amount of thinking is making the models more intelligent. The more intelligent it is, the more people use it. The more intelligent it is, the more computation is necessary. But here's what happened. This last year, the AI industry turned a corner, meaning that the AI models are now smart enough, they're worthy to pay for. NVIDIA pays for every license of Cursor, and we gladly do it. We gladly do it because Cursor is helping a several $100,000 employee software engineer or AI researcher be many, many times more productive. So of course we'd be more than happy to do that. These AI models have become good enough that they are worthy to be paid for. Cursor, 11 Labs, Synthesia, Abridge, Open Evidence, the list goes on. Of course, OpenAI, of course, Claude. These models are now so good that people are paying for it. And because people are paying for it and using more of it, and every time they use more of it, you need more compute, we now have two exponentials. These two exponentials, one is the exponential compute requirement of the 3 scaling law. And the second exponential, the smarter it is, the more people use it, the more computing it needs. Two exponentials now putting pressure on the world's computational resource. At exactly the time when I told you earlier that Moore's law has largely ended. And so the question is, what do we do? If we have these two exponential demands growing, and if we don't find a way to drive the cost down, then this positive feedback system, this circular feedback system, essentially called the virtuous cycle, essential for almost any industry, essential for any platform industry. It was essential for NVIDIA. We have now reached the virtuous cycle of CUDA. The more applications people create, the more valuable CUDA is. The more valuable CUDA is, the more CUDA computers are purchased. The more CUDA computers are purchased, more developers want to create applications for it. That virtuous cycle for NVIDIA has now been achieved after 30 years. We have achieved that also. 15 years later, we've achieved that for AI. AI has now reached the virtuous cycle. And so the more you use it, because the AI is smart and we pay for it, the more profit is generated, the more compute's put on the grid, the more compute is put into AI factories, the AI becomes smarter, the smarter, more people use it, more applications use it, the more problems we can solve. This virtuous cycle is now spinning. What we need to do is drive the cost down tremendously so that, one, the user experience is better. When you prompt the AI, it responds to you much faster. And two, so that we keep this virtuous cycle going by driving its cost down so that it could get smarter, so that more people will use it, so that so on and so forth. That virtuous cycle is now spinning. But how do we do that when Moore's law has really reached this limit? Well, the answer is called co-design. You can't just design chips and hope that things on top of it is going to go faster. The best you could do in designing chips is add, 50% more transistors every couple of years. And if you added more transistors, we can add more transistors, and TSMC's got a lot of transistors, incredible company. We'll just keep adding more transistors. However, that's all in percentages, not exponentials. We need to compound exponentials to keep this virtual cycle going. We call it extreme co-design. NVIDIA is the only company in the world today that literally starts from a blank sheet of paper and can think about new fundamental architecture, computer architecture, new chips, new systems, new software, new model architecture, and new applications all at the same time. So many of the people in this room are here because you're different parts of that layer, that different parts of that stack and working with NVIDIA. We fundamentally re-architect everything from the ground up. And then, because AI is such a large problem, we scale it up. We created a whole computer, a computer for the first time that has scaled up into an entire rack. That's one computer, one GPU. And then we scale it out by inventing a new AI Ethernet technology we call Spectrum-X Ethernet. Everybody will say Ethernet's Ethernet. Ethernet's hardly Ethernet. Ethernet, Spectrum-X Ethernet, is designed for AI performance, and it's the reason why it's so successful. And even that's not big enough. We'll fill this entire room of AI supercomputers and GPUs. That's still not big enough because the number of applications and the number of users for AI is continuing to grow exponentially, and we connect multiple of these data centers together, and we call that scale across, Spectrum XGS, gigascale, Spectrum X gigascale, XGS. By doing so, we do co-design at such an enormous level, such an extreme level, that the performance benefits are shocking. Not 50% better each generation, not 25% better each generation, but much, much more. This is the most extreme co-designed computer we've ever made, and quite frankly, made in modern times. Since the IBM System 360, I don't think a computer has been ground up, reinvented like this ever. This system was incredibly hard to create. I'll show you the benefits in just a second. But essentially what we've done, we've created, otherwise, hey Janine, you can come out. You have to meet me like halfway. All right, so this is kind of like Captain America's shield. So NVLink 72, if we were to create one giant chip, one giant GPU, this is what it would look like. This is the level of wafer scale processing we would have to do. It's incredible. All of these chips are now put into one giant rack. Did I do that or did somebody else do that? Into that one giant rack. You know, sometimes I don't feel like I'm up here by myself. Just this one giant rack makes all of these chips work together as one. It's actually completely incredible. And I'll show you the benefits of that. The way it looks is this. So, thanks, Janine. I like this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Janine Paul. I got it. In the future, next I'm just going to go like Thor. It's like when you're at home and you can't reach the remote and you just go like this and somebody brings it to you. That's, yeah, same idea. It never happens to me. I'm just dreaming about it. I'm just saying. Okay, so anyhow, we basically, this is what we created in the past. This is NVLink 8. Now, these models are so gigantic, the way we solve it is we turn this model, this gigantic model, into a whole bunch of experts. It's a little bit like a team. And so these experts are good at certain types of problems. And we collect a whole bunch of experts together. And so this giant multi-trillion-dollar AI model has all these different experts, and we put all these different experts on a GPU. Now, this is NVLink 72. We could put all of the chips into one giant fabric, and every single expert can talk to each other. So the master, the primary expert, could talk to all of the distributed work and all of the necessary context and prompts and bunch of data that we have to, bunch of tokens that we have to send to all of the experts. The experts would, whichever one of the experts are selected to solve the answer, would then go off and try to respond. and then it would go off and do that layer after layer after layer. Sometimes 8, sometimes 16, and sometimes these experts, sometimes 64, sometimes 256. But the point is, there are more and more and more experts. Well, here, NVLink 72, we have 72 GPUs. And because of that, we could put 4 experts in 1 GPU. The most important thing you need to do for each GPU is to generate tokens, which is the amount of bandwidth that you have in HBM memory. We have one GPU generating thinking for 4 experts, versus here, because each one of the computers can only put 8 GPUs, we have to put 32 experts into 1 GPU. So this 1 GPU has to think for 32 experts, versus this system, each GPU only has to think for 4. And because of that, the speed difference is incredible. And this just came out. This is the benchmark done by SemiAnalysis. They do a really, really thorough job. And they benchmarked all of the GPUs that are benchmarkable. And it turns out it's not that many. If you look at the list of GPUs you could actually benchmark, is like 90% NVIDIA. Okay, so we're comparing ourselves to ourselves, but the second best GPU in the world is the H200 and runs all the workload. Grace Blackwell per GPU is 10 times the performance. Now, how do you get 10 times the performance when it's only twice the number of transistors? Well, the answer is extreme co-design. And by understanding the nature of the future of AI models, and we're thinking across that entire stack, we can create architectures for the future. This is a big deal. It says we can now respond a lot faster, but this is an even bigger deal. This next one, look at this. This says that the lowest cost tokens in the world are generated by Grace Blackwell NVLink 72, the most expensive computer. On the one hand, GB200 is the most expensive computer. On the other hand, its token generation capability is so great that it produces it at the lowest cost, because the tokens per second divided by the chip of Grace Blackwell is so good. It is the lowest cost way to generate tokens. By doing so, delivering incredible performance, 10 times the performance, delivering 10 times lower cost, that virtuous cycle can continue. Which then brings me to this one. I just saw this literally yesterday. This is the CSP CapEx. People are asking me about CapEx these days, and this is a good way to look at it. In fact, the CapEx of the top 6 CSPs, and this one is Amazon, CoreWeave, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle. Okay, these CSPs together are going to invest this much in CapEx, and I would tell you the timing couldn't be better. And the reason for that is now we have the Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 in all volume production, supply chain everywhere in the world is manufacturing it, so we can now deliver to all of them this new architecture so that the CapEx invests in instruments, computers, that deliver the best TCO. Now, underneath this, there are 2 things that are going on. So when you look at this, it's actually fairly extraordinary. It's fairly extraordinary anyhow. But what's happening underneath is this. There are 2 platform shifts happening at the same time. One platform shift is going from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. Remember, accelerated computing, as I mentioned to you before, it does data processing, it does image processing, computer graphics, it does computation of all kinds. It runs SQL, runs Spark, it runs, you ask it, you tell us what you need to have run, and I'm fairly certain we have an amazing library for you. You could be, a data center trying to make masks to manufacture semiconductors. We have a great library for you. And so underneath, irrespective of AI, the world is moving from general purpose computing to accelerated computing, irrespective of AI. And in fact, many of the CSPs already have services that have been here long ago before AI. Remember, they were invented in the era of machine learning, classical machine learning algorithms like XGBoost, algorithms like data frames that are used for recommender systems, collaborative filtering, content filtering. All of those technologies were created in the old days of general purpose computing. Even those algorithms, even those architectures are now better with accelerated computing. And so even without AI, the world's CSPs are going to invest into acceleration. NVIDIA's GPU is the only GPU that can do all of that plus AI. And ASIC might be able to do AI, but it can't do any of the others. NVIDIA could do all of that, which explains why it is so safe to just lean into NVIDIA's architecture. We have now reached our virtuous cycle, our inflection point. And this is quite extraordinary. I have many partners in the room, and all of you are part of our supply chain, and I know how hard you guys are working. I want to thank all of you, how hard you are working. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to show you why. This is what's going on in our company's business. We're seeing extraordinary growth for Grace Blackwell for all the reasons that I just mentioned. It's driven by two exponentials. We now have visibility. I think we're probably the first technology company in history to have visibility into $500 billion of cumulative Blackwell and early ramps of Rubin through 2026. And as you know, 2025 is not over yet, and 2026 hasn't started. This is how much business is on the books. $500 billion worth so far. Now this is, out of that, we've already shipped 6 million of the Blackwells in the first several quarters. I guess the first 4 quarters of production, 3.5 quarters of production. We still have 1 more quarter to go for 2025, and then we have 4 quarters. So the next 5 quarters, there's $500 billion, $500 billion. That's 5 times the growth rate of Hopper. That kind of tells you something. This is Hopper's entire life. This doesn't include China and Asia, so this is just the West, okay? This is just, we're excluding China. So Hopper, in its entire life, 4 million GPUs. Blackwell, each one of the Blackwells has 2 GPUs in it in one large package. 20 million GPUs of Blackwells in the early parts of Rubin. Incredible growth. So I want to thank all of our supply chain partners, everybody. I know how hard you guys are working. I made a video to celebrate your work. Let's play it.
The age of AI has begun. Blackwell is its engine, an engineering marvel. In Arizona, it starts as a blank silicon wafer. Hundreds of chip processing and ultraviolet lithography steps build up each of the 200 billion transistors, layer by layer on a 12-inch wafer. In Indiana, HBM stacks will be assembled in parallel. HBM memory dies with 1,024 IOs are fabricated using advanced EUV technology. Through silicon via is used in the backend to connect 12 stacks of HBM memory and base die to produce HBM. Meanwhile, the wafer is scribed into individual Blackwell die, tested and sorted, separating the good dies to move forward. The chip-on-wafer on substrate process attaches 32 Blackwell dies and 128 HBM stacks on a custom silicon interposer wafer. Metal interconnect traces are etched directly into it, connecting Blackwell GPUs and HBM stacks into each system and package unit, locking everything into place. Then the assembly is baked, molded, and cured, creating the GB300 Blackwell Ultra superchip. In Texas, robots will work around the clock to pick and place over 10,000 components onto the Grace Blackwell PCB. In California, Connect X8 SuperNICs for scale-out communications and Bluefield 3 DPUs for offloading and accelerating networking, storage, and security are carefully assembled into GB300 compute trays. NVLink is the breakthrough high-speed link that NVIDIA invented to connect multiple GPUs
Technically, yeah, Palantir is a long here as long as you hold this double bottom. If you lose this double bottom, then it's a short into the gap fill. So technically it's a long, market's a little extended, but if you hold this prior day low level, it's technically a continuation move. If you lose it, yes, short it.
2 Blackwells, or 144 GPU dies, into one giant GPU, delivering 130 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth, nearly the global internet's peak traffic. Skilled technicians assemble each of these parts into a rack-scale AI supercomputer. In total, 1.2 million components, 2 miles of copper cable, 130 trillion transistors, weighing nearly 2 tons. From silicon in Arizona and Indiana to systems in Texas, Blackwell and future NVIDIA AI factory generations will be built in America. Writing a new chapter in American history and industry, America's return to making and reindustrialization, reignited by the age of AI. The age of AI has begun. Made in America. Made for the world.
We are manufacturing in America again. It is incredible. The first thing that President Trump asked me for is bring manufacturing back. Bring manufacturing back because it's necessary for national security. Bring manufacturing back because we want the jobs and we want that part of the economy. And 9 months later, we are now manufacturing in full production Blackwell in Arizona. Extreme Blackwell, GB200, Grace Blackwell, NVLink 72, Extreme co-design gives us 10x generationally. It's utterly incredible. Now, the part that's really incredible is this. This is the first AI supercomputer we made. This is in 2016 when I delivered it to a startup in San Francisco, which turned out to have been OpenAI. This was the computer. And in order to do that, create that computer, we designed one chip. We designed one new chip. In order for us to do co-design now, look at all of the chips we have to do. This is what it takes. You're not going to take one chip and make a computer 10 times faster. That's not going to happen. The way to make computers 10 times faster, that we can keep increasing the performance exponentially, we can keep driving costs down exponentially, is extreme co-design and working on all these different chips at the same time. We now have Rubin back home. This is Rubin. This is the Vera Rubin and Rubin. Ladies and gentlemen, Rubin. This is our third generation NVLink 72 rack scale computer. Third generation. GB200 was the first one. All of our partners around the world, I know how hard you guys worked. It was insanely hard. It was insanely hard to do. Second generation, so much smoother. And this generation, look at this, completely cableless. Completely cableless. And this is all back in the lab now. This is the next generation Rubin. While we're shipping GB300s, we're preparing Rubin to be in production, this time next year, maybe slightly earlier. And so every single year, we are going to come up with the most extreme co-design system so that we can keep driving up performance and keep driving down the token generation cost. Look at this. This is just an incredibly beautiful computer. Now, so this is amazing. This is 100 petaflops. I know it doesn't mean anything. 100 petaflops. But compared to the DGX-1 I delivered to OpenAI 9 years ago, it's 100 times the performance. Right here versus 100 times of that supercomputer. 100 times, 100 of those, let's see, 100 of those would be like 25 of these racks, all replaced by this one thing. Vera Rubin. Okay, so this is the compute tray, and this is, so Vera Rubin super chip. Okay, and this is the compute tray, this up right here. It's incredibly easy to install. Just flip these things open, shove it in. Even I could do it. Okay, and this is the Vera Rubin compute tray. If you decide you wanted to add a special processor, we've added another processor. It's called a context processor because the amount of context that we give AIs are larger and larger. We wanted to read a whole bunch of PDFs before it answered a question. We wanted to read a whole bunch of archive papers, watch a whole bunch of videos. Go learn all this before you answer a question for me. All of that context processing could be added. And so you see on the bottom, 8 ConnectX-9 new Super NICs. You have CPXs, 8 of them. You have Bluefield 4, this new data processor, 2 Vera CPUs, and 4 Rubin packages, or 8 Rubin GPUs. All of that in this one node, completely cableless, 100% liquid cooled. And then this new processor, I won't talk too much about it today, I don't have enough time, but this is completely revolutionary. And the reason for that is because your AIs need to have more and more memory. You're interacting with it more, you wanted to remember our last conversation, everything that you've learned on my behalf, please don't forget it when I come back next time. And so all of that memory is going to create this thing called KV caching, and that KV caching, retrieving it, you might have noticed, every time you go into your AIs these days, it takes longer and longer to refresh and retrieve all of the previous conversations. And the reason for that is that we need a revolutionary new processor, and that's called Bluefield 4. Next is the ConnectX switch, the NVLink switch, which is right here. Okay, this is the NVLink switch. This is what makes it possible for us to connect all of the computers together, and this switch is now several times the bandwidth of the entire world's peak internet traffic. And so that spine is going to communicate and carry all of that data simultaneously to all of the GPUs. On top of that, this is the Spectrum X switch, and this Ethernet switch was designed so that all of the processors could talk to each other at the same time and not gum up the network. Gum up the network, that's very technical. Okay, so these are these three combined, and then this is the quantum switch. This is for InfiniBand, this is Ethernet. We don't care what language you would like to use, whatever standard you like to use, we have great scale-out fabrics for you, whether it's InfiniBand or quantum or Spectrum. Ethernet, this one uses silicon photonics and is completely co-packaged options. Basically, the laser comes right up to the silicon and connects it to our chips. Okay, so this is the Spectrum X Ethernet. And so now let's talk about, thank you. Oh, this is what it looks like. This is a rack. This is 2 tons, 1.5 million parts. And the spine, this spine right here, carries the entire internet traffic in 1 second. Same speed, moves it across all of these different processors. 100% liquid cooled. All for the, fastest token generation rate in the world. Okay, so that's what a rack looks like. Now, that's one rack. A gigawatt data center would have, call it, let's see, 16 racks would be 1,000, and then 500 of those. So whatever, 500 times 16. And so call it 9,000 of these, 8,000 of these would be a 1 gigawatt data center. Okay? And so that's a future AI factory. Now, as you notice, NVIDIA started out by designing chips, and then we started to design systems, and we designed AI supercomputers. Now we're designing entire AI factories. Every single time we move out and we integrate more of the problem to solve, we come up with better solutions. We now build entire AI factories. This AI factory is what we're building for Vera Rubin, and we created a technology that makes it possible for all of our partners to integrate into this factory digitally. Let me show it to you.
The next industrial revolution is here. And with it, a new kind of factory. AI infrastructure is an ecosystem scale challenge, requiring hundreds of companies to collaborate. NVIDIA Omniverse DSX is a blueprint for building and operating gigascale AI factories. For the first time, the building, power, and cooling are co-designed with NVIDIA's AI infrastructure stack. It starts in the Omniverse digital twin. Jacobs Engineering optimizes compute density and layout to maximize token generation according to power constraints. They aggregate SIM-ready OpenUSD assets from Siemens, Schneider Electric, Trane, and Vertiv into PTC's product lifecycle management. Then simulate thermals and electricals with CUDA accelerated tools from ETAP and Cadence. Once designed, NVIDIA partners like Bechtel and Vertiv deliver prefabricated modules, factory-built, tested, and ready to plug in. This shrinks build time significantly, achieving faster time to revenues. When the physical AI factory comes online, the digital twin acts as an operating system. Engineers prompt AI agents from Phaidra and Emerald AI, previously trained in the digital twin, to optimize power consumption and reduce strain on both the AI factory and the grid. In total, for a 1 gigawatt AI factory, DSX optimizations can deliver billions of dollars in additional revenue per year. Across Texas, Georgia, and Nevada, NVIDIA's partners are bringing DSX to life. In Virginia, NVIDIA is building an AI factory research center using DSX to test and productize Vera Rubin, from infrastructure to software. With DSX, NVIDIA partners around the world can build and bring up AI infrastructure faster than ever.
Completely in digital. Long before Vera Rubin exists as a real computer, we've been using it as a digital twin computer. Now, long before these AI factories exist, we will use it, we will design it, we'll plan it, we'll optimize it, and we'll operate it as a digital twin. And so all of our partners that are working with us, I'm incredibly happy for all of you supporting us, and Geo is here, and Vernova is here, Schleider, I think Olivier's here, Olivier Blum is here. Siemens, incredible partners, okay? Roland Bush, I think he's watching. Hi, Roland. And so anyways, really, really great partners working with us. In the beginning, we had CUDA, and we have all these different ecosystems of software partners. Now we have Omniverse DSX, and we're building AI factories. And again, we have these incredible ecosystem of partners working with us. Let's talk about models. Open source models particularly. In the last couple of years, several things have happened. One, open source models have become quite capable because of reasoning capabilities. It has become quite capable because they're multimodality, and they're incredibly efficient because of distillation. So all of these different capabilities have become, has made open source models, for the very first time, incredibly useful for developers. They are now the lifeblood of startups. Lifeblood of startups in different industries, because obviously, as I mentioned before, each one of the industries have its own use case, its own
Nokia coming in, guys. TP1 is approaching very quickly, hard and fast.
Needs to have the ability to embed into a model. Open source makes that possible. Researchers need open source. Developers need open source. companies around the world, we need open source. Open source models is really, really important. The United States has to lead in open source as well. We have amazing proprietary models. We need also amazing open source models. Our country depends on it. Our startups depend on it. And so NVIDIA is dedicating ourselves to go do that. We are now the largest, we lead in open source contribution. We have 23 models in leaderboards. We have all these different domains, from language models to physical AI models I'm going to talk about, robotics models to biology models. Each one of these models has enormous teams, and that's one of the reasons why we build supercomputers for ourselves, to enable all these models to be created. We have #1 speech model, #1 reasoning model, #1 physical AI model. The number of downloads is really, really terrific. We are dedicated to this, and the reason for that is because science needs it, researchers need it, startups need it, and companies need it. I'm delighted that AI startups build on NVIDIA. They do so for several reasons. One, of course, our ecosystem is rich. Our tools work great. All of our tools work on all of our GPUs. Our GPUs are everywhere. It's literally in every single cloud. It's available on-prem. You could build it yourself. You could build up an enthusiast gaming PC with multiple GPUs in it, and you could download our software stack, and it just works. We have the benefit of rich developers who are making this ecosystem richer and richer and richer. So I'm really pleased with all of the startups that we're working with. I'm thankful for that. It is also the case that many of these startups are now starting to create even more ways to enjoy our GPUs. The CoreWeaves, Nscale, Nebius, Lambda, all of these companies, Crusoe, companies are building these new GPU clouds to serve the startups, and I really appreciate that. This is all possible because NVIDIA is everywhere. We integrate our libraries, all of the CUDA-X libraries I talked to you about, all the open source AI models that I talked about, all of the models that I talked about. We integrated into AWS, for example. Really love working with Matt. We integrated into Google Cloud, for example. Really love working with Thomas. Each one of these clouds integrate NVIDIA GPUs and our computing, our libraries, as well as our models. Love working with Satya over at Microsoft Azure. Love working with Clay at Oracle. Each one of these clouds integrate the NVIDIA stack. As a result, wherever you go, whichever cloud you use, it works incredibly. We also integrate NVIDIA libraries into the world's SaaS, so that each one of these SaaS will eventually become agentic SaaS. I love Bill McDermott's vision for ServiceNow. There you go. I think that might have been Bill. Hi, Bill. And so ServiceNow, 85% of the world's enterprise workflows. SAP, 80% of the world's commerce. Christian Klein and I are working together to integrate NVIDIA libraries, CUDA-X and Nemo and Nemotron, all of our AI systems into SAP. Working with Sassine over at Synopsys, accelerating the world's CAE, CAD, EDA tools so that they could be faster and could scale, helping them create AI agents. One of these days, I would love to hire AI agent ASIC designers to work with our ASIC designers, essentially the cursor of Synopsys, if you will. We're working with Anirudh. Anirudh, I saw him earlier today. He was part of the pre-game show. Cadence, doing incredible work, accelerating their stack, creating AI agents so that we can have Cadence AI ASIC designers and system designers working with us. Today, we're announcing a new one. AI will supercharge productivity. AI will transform just about every industry. But AI will also supercharge cybersecurity challenges, the bad AIs. And so we need an incredible defender. I can't imagine a better defender than CrowdStrike. George is here. He was here. Yep, I saw him earlier. We are partnering with CrowdStrike to make cybersecurity speed of light, to create a system that has cybersecurity AI agents in the cloud, but also incredibly good AI agents on-prem or at the edge. This way, whenever there's a threat, you are moments away from detecting it. We need speed, and we need a fast agentic AI, super smart AIs. I have a second announcement. This is the single fastest enterprise company in the world, probably the single most important enterprise stack in the world today, Palantir Ontology. Anybody from Palantir here? I was just talking to Alex earlier. This is Palantir Ontology. They take information, they take data, they take human judgment, and they turn it into business insight. We work with Palantir to accelerate everything Palantir does so that we could do data processing at a much, much larger scale and more speed, whether it's structured data of the past, and of course we'll have structured data, human recorded data, unstructured data, and process that data for our government, for national security, and for enterprises around the world, process that data at speed of light, and to find insight from it. This is what it's going to look like in the future. Palantir is going to integrate NVIDIA so that we could process at the speed of light and at extraordinary scale. Okay, NVIDIA and Palantir. Let's talk about physical AI. Physical AI requires 3 computers. Just as it takes 2 computers to train a language model, one that's to train it, evaluate it, and then inference it, okay? So that's the large GB200 that you see. In order to do it for physical AI, you need 3 computers. You need the computer to train it. This is GB, the Grace Blackwell NVLink 72. We need a computer that does all of the simulations that I showed you earlier with Omniverse DSX. It basically is a digital twin for the robot to learn how to be a good robot and for the factory to essentially be a digital twin. That computer is the second computer, the Omniverse computer. This computer has to be incredibly good at generative AI, and it has to be good at computer graphics, sensor simulation, ray tracing, signal processing. This computer is called the Omniverse computer. And once we train the model, simulate that AI inside a digital twin, and that digital twin could be a digital twin of a factory as well as a whole bunch of digital twins of robots. Then you need to operate that robot, and this is the robotic computer. This one goes into a self-driving car. Half of it could go into a robot, okay? Or you could actually have, robots that are quite agile and quite fast in operations, and it might take 2 of these computers. And so this is the Jetson Thor robotics computer. These 3 computers all run CUDA, and it makes it possible for us to advance physical AI that understand the physical world, understand laws of physics, causality, permanence, physical AI. We have incredible partners working with us to create the physical AI of factories. We're using it ourselves to create our factory in Texas. Now, once we create the robotic factory, we have a bunch of robots that are inside it. And these robots also need the physical AI, applies physical AI, and works inside the digital twin. Let's take a look at it.
America is reindustrializing, reshoring manufacturing across every industry. In Houston, Texas, Foxconn is building a state-of-the-art robotic facility for manufacturing NVIDIA AI infrastructure systems. With labor shortages and skills gaps, digitalization, robotics, and physical AI.
And okay, almost at profit target.
The factory is born digital in Omniverse. Foxconn engineers
It's just took profits on half my NOK short, 3.2%.
System, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, is validated before construction. Siemens plant simulation runs design space exploration optimizations to identify ideal layout. When a bottleneck appears, engineers update the layout, with changes managed by Siemens Team Center. In Isaac Sim, The same digital twin is used to train and simulate robot AIs. In the assembly area, FANUC manipulators build GB300 tray modules. Bimanual manipulators from FII and Skilled AI install bus bars into the trays. And AMRs shuttle the trays to the test pods. Then, Foxconn uses Omniverse for large-scale sensor simulation, where robot AIs learn to work as a fleet. In Omniverse, Vision AI agents built on NVIDIA Metropolis and Cosmos watch the fleets of robots and workers from above to monitor operations and alert Foxconn engineers of anomalies and safety violations, or even quality issues. And to train new employees, agents power interactive AI coaches for easy worker onboarding. The age of U.S. reindustrialization is here, with people and robots working together.
That's the future of manufacturing, the future of factories. I want to thank our partner, Foxconn. Young Liu, the CEO, is here. But all of these ecosystem partners make it possible for us to create the future of robotic factories. The factory is essentially a robot that's orchestrating robots to build things that are robotic. You know, this is the amount of software necessary to do this is so intense that unless you could do it inside a digital twin, to plan it, to design it, to operate it inside a digital twin, the hopes of getting this to work is nearly impossible. I'm so happy to see also that Caterpillar, my friend Joe Creed, and his 100-year-old company is also incorporating digital twins in the way they manufacture. These factories will have future robotic systems, and one of the most advanced is Figure. Brett Adcock is here today. He founded a company 3.5 years ago. They're worth almost $40 billion today. We're working together in training the AI, training the robot, simulating the robot, and of course, the robotic computer that goes into Figure. Really amazing. I had the benefit of seeing it. It's really quite extraordinary. It is very likely that humanoid robots, and my friend Elon is also working on this, that this is likely going to be one of the largest new consumer electronics markets, and surely one of the largest industrial equipment market. Peggy Johnson and the folks at Agility are working with us on robots for warehouse automation. The folks at Johnson & Johnson working with us again, training the robot, simulating it in digital twins, and also operating the robot. These Johnson & Johnson surgical robots are even going to perform surgery that are completely non-invasive surgery at a precision the world's never seen before. And of course, the cutest robot ever, the Disney robot. And this is something really close to our heart. We're working with Disney Research on an entirely new framework and simulation platform based on revolutionary technology called Newton. And that Newton simulator makes it possible for the robot to learn how to be a good robot inside a physically aware, physically based environment. Let's take a look at it. Blue. Ladies and gentlemen, Disney Blue. Tell me that's not adorable. He's not adorable. We all want one. We all want one. Now, remember, everything you were just seeing, that is not animation. It's not a movie. It's a simulation. That simulation is an omniverse. Omniverse, the digital twin. So these digital twins of factories, digital twins of warehouses, digital twins of surgical rooms, digital twins where Blue could learn how to manipulate and navigate and interact with the world, all completely done in real time. This is going to be the largest consumer electronics product line in the world. Some of them are just really working incredibly well now. This is the future of humanoid robotics, and of course, Blue.
6 robots on stage. More like 8, actually.
Now, humanoid robots is still in development, but meanwhile, there's one robot that is clearly at an inflection point, and it is basically here, and that is a robot on wheels. This is a robo-taxi. A robo-taxi is essentially an AI chauffeur. Now, one of the things that we're doing today, we're announcing the NVIDIA Drive Hyperion. This is a big deal. We created this architecture so that every car company in the world could create cars, vehicles, could be commercial, could be passenger, could be dedicated to robo-taxi, create vehicles that are robo-taxi ready. The sensor suite with surround cameras and radars and LiDAR make it possible for us to achieve the highest level of surround cocoon sensor perception and redundancy necessary for the highest level of safety. Hyperion Drive Hyperion, is now designed into Lucid, Mercedes-Benz, my friend Ola Kalenius, the folks at Stellantis, and there are many other cars coming. And once you have a basic standard platform, then developers of AV systems, and there's so many talented ones, Wave, Wabi, Aurora, Momenta, Neuro, there's so many of them. WeRide, there's so many of them that can then take their AV system and run it on the standard chassis. Basically, the standard chassis has now become a computing platform on wheels. And because it's standard and the sensor suite is comprehensive, all of them could deploy their AI to it. Let's take a quick look. Okay, that's beautiful San Francisco. And as you could see, robo-taxi's inflection point is about to get here. And in the future, 1 trillion miles a year that are driven, 100 million cars made each year. There's some 50 million taxis around the world. It's going to be augmented by a whole bunch of robo-taxis. So it's going to be a very large market. To connect it and deploy it around the world, today we're announcing a partnership with Uber. Uber, Dara K. Dara is we're working together to connect these NVIDIA Drive Hyperion cars into a global network. And now in the future, you'll be able to hail up one of these cars, and the ecosystem is going to be incredibly rich, and we'll have Hyperion or robo-taxi cars all over the world. This is going to be a new computing platform for us, and I'm expecting it to be quite successful. Okay. So this is what we talked about today. We talked about a large number of things. We spoke about, remember, at the core of this is two platform transitions from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. NVIDIA CUDA and those suite of libraries called CUDA-X has enabled us to address practically every industry, and we're at the inflection point. It is now growing as a virtuous cycle would suggest. The second inflection point is now upon us. The second platform transition, AI, from classical handwritten software to artificial intelligence. two platform transitioning happening at the same time, which is the reason why we're feeling such incredible growth. Quantum computing, we spoke about. Open models, we spoke about. We spoke about enterprise with CrowdStrike and Palantir accelerating their platforms. We spoke about robotics, a new, potentially one of the largest consumer electronics and industrial manufacturing sectors. And of course, we spoke about 6G. NVIDIA has new platforms for 6G. We call it ARC. We have a new platform for robotics cars. We call that Hyperion. We have new platforms even for factories, two types of factories. The AI factory, we call that DSX. And then factories with AI, we call that Mega. And so now we're also manufacturing in America. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for allowing me to bring Thank you for allowing us to bring GTC to Washington, D.C. We're going to do it hopefully every year. And thank you all for your service and making America great again. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is pretty much, I think, the speech from Jensen. It's all finished, so he's shouted out a lot of people. Now we watch for a potential buy the rumor and sell the news. They got robots dancing now on screen. Again, they've shouted out a whole bunch of partnerships. NVIDIA has basically eaten everyone's lunch, from autonomous driving, LiDAR, full driving, robotics, obviously hyperscaling, Blackwell, semiconductor chips, everything. They are weaving themselves, obviously, in every sort of sector of the economy. NVIDIA has really been holding this S&P 500 higher. You've seen AMD sell off a little bit. SPY is continuously grinding higher here, but we watch for a potential sell candle coming into your S&P 500 here. That would not surprise me at all. But for now, NVIDIA is still holding everything up. And as long as that holds steady, the market's going to be one tough SOB to take down. So market's in still full bull mode. We did make a nice short on NOK, guys. Called that out here live on the stream. Still have 1,000 shares running, but we trimmed half of the position already. But nice job if you shorted NOK with us. That was a fairly simple execution intraday. So a few $100s there. Hopefully we can get another down leg on NOK. And I kind of telegraphed that NOK trade after you printed a daily chart hanging man candle. You also formed a 20-minute hanging man candle. They tried doing a liquidity sweep and then ended up taking it downtown. All right, quantum stocks made full bearish reversals. Rigetti was one of the other put plays that we called out. RGTI, $39 puts when we were up here in the $40 area. That ended up imploding to the downside. So very, very bearish price action for quantum stocks, even though he dived a little bit into quantum. You've announced some strategic partnerships. Uber caught a fat candle to the upside. Palantir obviously got a really, really interesting bid. Disney, that was a very cool little robot that they brought out, very reminiscent of Star Wars. And basically, Disney caught a little bit of a liquidity pop. CrowdStrike was a big shout out, basically pumping the stock even higher after it was pretty much strong on the session. But obviously, CrowdStrike is still a classic company that's weaving itself through and embedding itself into pretty much all aspects of the market, cybersecurity, etc. What other partnerships do we hear? We heard Veritiv, or VRT, got a little bit of a shout out intraday. That saw, yeah, Uber kissed the ring. Uber kissed the ring for sure. You're basically having all of your S&P 500 companies kissing the ring. You know, Tesla got a little bit of a shout out as well, but as soon as they started announcing their, what was it called? Their Hyperion or whatever, their autonomous driving kind of software. That kind of took a little bit of a hit on Tesla. So what can't NVIDIA do? You know, they might as well just start selling us groceries too. You know, become a consumer staple. At this rate. I was just saying Disney should make a remake of Robotech. Yeah, I'm that old. Yeah, that would be funny. All right, what else do we have? So again, Look at this big bad behemoth Nvidia pumping. Pumping. What is it now? Hitting 5 trillion? 4.81 trillion? Holy moly, guys. That is ridiculous. 4.81 trillion. New all-time highs for Nvidia. Holy moly. What a beast. Full beast. Full beast mode. You sold Nvidia. Nice job. Probably are the wise thing to do, I would imagine. Again, usually these types of tech conferences, keynote speeches are a way for companies to really showcase retail. Retail are more visual learners. There was a lot of pictures, a lot of slides, a lot of cool little terms. So generally this type of price action is already priced in by smart money, at least the kind of the news announcements that were brought out today. So often these events lead into a buy the rumor, sell the news, guys. Most situations, it ends up being a sell the news. Why? Because retail is always late to the party. And secondly, institutions already knew about all of this data. It's deep in the earnings, the boring financial statements, the hundreds of pages. So again, did Nvidia really announce anything new that wasn't already out there? No, not really, but they just showed a lot of pictures. So we'll just have to see what happens. I'd be surprised if the markets don't give up some of these gains. I'd be very, very shocked. Quantum stocks absolutely clobbered. Clobbered. 2 o'clock, guys. Final 2 hours in trading before the big FOMC tomorrow. You have to wonder if there will be any sort of de-risking ahead. Yeah, I think there's still some upside left in Nvidia. It's getting fairly stretched. This channel, Simplicity, this channel that I have takes Nvidia just above 200, but you've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive 4-hour candles in a row on Nvidia. It's had a massive move. I would expect a small pullback and then a continuation. But it does technically have a little bit more room, even though it's stretched, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of profit taking come into the end of the day here. That's just me. You typically don't want to be and there's quite a lot of stocks red, guys. It's really being propped up by, once again, your semis. You got commodities down, you got the Russell weak. Dom C saying robots are so cool and smart, we should just replace humans with them. Well, not all humans. Not all humans, but yeah, they're gonna have. I mean, I want robots to fold my laundry. I would love that. Take away some of those household chores. That there's certainly a lot of use for it. You've already got robots making coffees and baristas. They're replacing baristas. I've seen some robots that are kitchens. You got some McDonald's that are trying fully automatic robotic kitchens. So they're coming. They are coming. Getting a squeeze. You have the Russell 2000 getting sold into a little bit. Yeah, I got one of those robot vacuums as well that putters around. Too much dog hair to worry about, so that thing's nice. The iRobot. It's pretty handy. Two coming on NVIDIA. Why don't I get a robo dog? No, because mine's cute and cuddly and fluffy and husky. You know, I love my dog. NVIDIA told you it's the future. Yeah, I mean, it seems that way, right? It seems that way. That's for sure. Female, for sure. PM looks nasty. Philip Morris. Yeah, it's getting hit. It's getting hit for sure. Yeah, it wants to retest that wick. Nice head and shoulders. Yeah, this is a short. If you want to short it, I have no problem with that. Your stop loss would probably be a recapturing of this pivot zone here, this 151 area. But that's definitely a short. PM's a short. Nice find there. Nice find. Yeah, I would short that. It's looking pretty filthy. You're- Yeah, they're pretty funny. The Russell curling down, quantum stocks weakening, AMD selling. Really, AMD's or Nvidia's keeping this market pretty elevated right now. Rigetti seeing additional selling. No selling in Nvidia yet. SPY still up 0.36, just off of the highs. Your IWM seeing a little bit of distribution. Oil, gold, nat gas still weak. Dollar negative, yields negative. VIX is still green. Tesla up 1.65. Domestic seeing RR has gone down 10% since the speech. Really? Wow. Yeah, you're right. That's filthy. Talk about a buy the rumor, sell the news on robotics. You know, you also look at Serve. Serve saw a little bit of selling as well. Not as much though, but definitely some. AMD seeing more selling. All right, guys, I think that we're going to see. We just need NVIDIA to go through a little bit of selling, but this market should see a little bit of profit. Your Russell, AMD, Rigetti coming in. Other semis are still acting well, though. Amazon still up 1.5, Microsoft up 2.1, Apple just barely green, Tesla up 1.83, Lilly has sold off. AMD guys selling off really hard here. Again, AMD's kind of been leading this market higher as well. That's seeing some full-fledged liquidation. You're seeing Intel pulling back from the highs. Let's look at Broadcom. That's still staying near the highs. Let's look at QCOM. Qualcomm's trying. Really, NVIDIA's just propping things up here. Can't stop, won't stop. But AMD losing that prior day high, looking like it could waterfall down to 255-ish. Still no sell pressure yet in big bad NVIDIA. Obviously, Boston Scientific was there. Some robots are built shinier than others. Yeah, did you guys see that? I think it was Boston Scientific. Those when they brought on those dancing dogs. Was it America's Got Talent? I think they did. They brought their robots on. And they got their dogs to dance or something. It was pretty cool. Sell side now. Just a minor touch. SPY still strong. TR moving. Yep. Thank you. Someone's asking, can I do a short analysis on BTC technical supports when you have a chance? I've been doing some crypto shorts the past day. Yeah, I'll take a peek in a second. Nvidia, new all-time high. Ripper. She rippin'. She rippin'. Spy is rippin'. Yeah, so Nvidia is putting the whole market on its back right now and flying to the high side. Can it hit 200 today? Time will tell. Looking like it could. It's certainly looking like it could. A new high. Spy new high. NVIDIA to 200, baby. Push it. Ah, push it. Push it real good. Dun, 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 dun. SPY 700 tomorrow? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, but probably not. That would be crazy. No way. SPY hits 700 tomorrow, I'm retiring. NVIDIA 5 trillion tomorrow? What are we? Only about 186 billion away? Ah, not that much money these days. 186 billion, phew, chump change. Ram's got that on his boat. Yeah, retiring for Saturday, Sunday, back on Monday. Absolutely right. You know we're a fiend. Come on, Nokia, trigger this little bit of a potential 5-minute head and shoulders. It's very steep, so it's got a less likelihood of playing out, but it's trying to. Trying to break down here. N-O-K, knock knock, who's there? Nokia, Nokia Hue. I don't have a joke, guys. I was just messing around. Wow. Ooh, this market is on steroids. Look at this stock, NVIDIA. It's on steroids. It's on steroids. Where's all this money coming from? Where is all this money coming from? You know what's funny is majority of sectors are red. All crowding back into tech. Chase tech higher. Your wife is about to kick me out of the house if Spy doesn't come back. Yeah. Okay. Just take some Spy Lottos up here. Some calls. That's your looted money. Uh-oh. Yeah, look at SoFi. What a ripper. What a bearish candle. Holy moly. What a move. What volatility. This is insane. So you had a 7% swing to the downside. Actually, even more. Let me redo that. Holy moly. You had an 8% swing to the downside. And then you had another 10% swing to that's an 18% range up and down all around. Craziness. You know, these types of moves aren't healthy, guys. They're not healthy. This is a casino of stocks. It's just crazy. It is crazy. One regret was buying more. I know that's always the regret. You know, that one time you're gonna go in huge size and you get wiped. That's what the market makers do, right? They give you a little bit of taste, and then if you oversize, you get wrecked. I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's all these quantum computing supercomputers that NVIDIA's pumping. That's crazy. You had Nokia and you sold it because it bored you? Oh man, that's brutal. That is brutal. Yeah, that would hurt. That would keep me up tonight. Still 2000 is selling a little bit, guys. SPY coming in, testing 688 just a little bit. Nvidia and can't stop, won't stop. I haven't forgot about your question yet either, Dom. No problem. No problem, Stuart. Glad you recovered. Yeah, SoFi could be a huge runner on Fed day. It typically likes to squeeze higher on Fed. But I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to get a lot of opportunity tomorrow. You know, there's going to be some huge days if you spike higher, buy some far out of the money puts, or if you drop, buy some far out of the money calls. Fed days are usually very good for us in here. I personally like trading Fed days. Lots of that last hour and a half, that 2:30 press conference, man, you get some crazy moves. We've seen some 20,000% moves. Now the question is, do you have the cojones to stick through a 20,000% move? Most people don't, you know, but I'm not saying I do either, but we'll see what we can squeeze out of the market tomorrow. Yeah, but your rate sensitive stocks, you know, your SoFi's, your Carvana, your Firm, Upstart, you know, those usual suspects, quite they should run. And then you got your high short interest names like ENVX, you've got Serve, Robotics, you got your eVTOL stocks, QuantumScapes, you know, the usuals. You know, you just look through that new meme ETF. There's a whole bunch of tickers in there. You know. Some traders even take both sides of the trade. You know, they take far out of the money calls, far out of the money puts that are cheap on both ends and pray for a big one-way directional move, and then kind of even offsets your if you hit a big 0 DTE far out of the money call or put, you can often take both sides of the trade, and only one side has to be correct for you to make money. Obviously, it's tough for our psyche to try to take both directions. We just want to be right in one direction, but it has been known that people take these lottos on both sides, especially if contracts are cheap. You're looking for Palantir 195 for power hour? PLTR 195, see? That would be a lotto and a half. Maybe. You know, you're technically at resistance here. You're technically bubbling up on resistance. I don't like to buy resistance, wait for a small pullback, and then get long. Obviously, they're enticing you right now with a little bit of a peekaboo breakout. Seems like they're trying to push it. But I don't typically buy breakouts like this, especially if you had a V-shaped. Usually, I'm not saying it can't run, but most cases it gets a little bit of a pullback before the bigger breakout move occurs. But it's acting well. It's acting well. All right, Nokia is still coming in. I'm still short off that 803 level, guys. Just commons for myself. I don't know if NVIDIA options will be inflated. I think the IV today was probably pretty high and baked in, considering it had that keynote. So tomorrow, I'm not too sure. I mean, the whole market will have a little bit of extra volatility priced in to contracts. That's why I like waiting for the move and kind of counter trend trading, whatever occurs. That typically yields the best results from my experience. Obviously, you all want to catch that fat candle up or down, but usually the trend gets reversed on Fed day. And considering we're so elevated on the major indices, I mean, you have to think that there's going to be a hard down move tomorrow. That's kind of what my bias is leading towards, but we'll see. I'll see which way they want to pop it or drop it. There's usually two opportunities to trade. There's usually a fake out. Yeah, Nvidia almost 5 trillion, I know. At this rate, it's gonna head there. It's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy. Nvidia market cap is bigger than most countries' GDP. I think the only country's GDP it's not bigger than is, well, two, your US and China. I think it's bigger than Japan and Germany. Let me see. Japan's GDP. Japan's GDP is 5.03 trillion. Holy shit, it's going for Japan's GDP. Germany's GDP. Whoops. GDP. Come on. How the hell don't you say it's the biggest economy in Europe? Let's go to Google. Fucking Microsoft Bing sucks. GDP Germany. 4.66 trillion. So it's bigger than GDP of Japan. I mean, it's bigger than the GDP of Germany. And Germany is the kind of the economic powerhouse of Europe. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Quite impressive, though. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stocks that are in a bubble, for sure. I think there's a ton of stocks in a bubble as well. If you know how to evaluate companies based off of fundamentals, there's a lot of bubbles out there. Even though some of the technical charts are absolutely insane, but on a fundamental basis, there's a lot of bubbles. Tiny bubbles in the air. They make me happy. And I don't care. Here breaking down. AMD looking a little bit slightly bearish under prior day high. IWM losing 250. SPY curling down. NVIDIA curling up. Intel still acting well. Quantum stocks wrecked. Robinhood still strong. UPS coming in a touch. What the fuck, man? Why does that? Yeah, exactly. Stoic saying, good point. RR, Navitas, RGTI, traded all of them when they're under 5. PayPal has a tendency to see a lot of profit taking. This one, I'm just holding commons for the long term. I still like it long term, but I really don't know where it's going to fizzle out this week. It tends to get sold into on its earnings pops, but I still like it. I mean, I'm long sub 70. That's all I can tell you. In terms of a buy, I like it here. I'm biased. You're getting a nice retrace kind of back into these previous pivot highs, but if the market comes in tomorrow, that stock's not immune. But I think if you're trading PayPal, it's hard to time it on the short-term basis because it's still stuck in this rather large, multi-year basing formation. It's the stage 1 basing formation on the weekly chart. It's tough to kind of predict the short-term movements, which is why I'm just holding common shares and just kind of tucking it away. I know we all want those short-term instant gains, but it's a very tough one to trade that aspect. So it's just to tuck it away and hope for the best. Well, PayPal's had a really good. Little bit of selling coming into Nvidia. That is the behemoth that is holding the market higher. Dom C saying 90% of AI investment have generated 0 returns. Interesting. Not for shareholders, but yeah, for definitely for companies, there's quite a lot of CapEx spending that still has yet to bear fruit, which is why the market's running on such forward expectations, right? So much hype. Hypity, hypity, hype. Hypity, hypity, hypity. Nokia coming in. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Hot, 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 hot. Yeah, there's a lot of insider selling that has been. There's always more insider selling than buying. But there's been a ton of insider selling lately. I've noticed that too. A lot. Quite a bit. Big bets in Intel. Still no sell side pressure in Nvidia, guys. Just continues to push. All right, so you wanted to look at Bitcoin there, Dom. BTC daily chart. So I actually like Bitcoin here. Now, Bitcoin will have a very large move on Fed Day. It usually does. But I do like Bitcoin currently speaking. That can change by tomorrow based off of where we close. But currently speaking, Bitcoin has broken out of this downsloping trend line. Simultaneously, you've also broken out of this downsloping trend line and triggered a little bit of a bullish formation. So BTC right now does have some daily chart momentum. And believe it or not, you're about to get that 7 and 20 crossover. Usually after the 7 and 20 on the daily chart crosses over, you get a little bit of a dip. That dip likely gets bought up. So perhaps on Fed date, there's a dip tomorrow back into the 7. That likely gets gobbled up. So look for Bitcoin to continue to make a move higher. Now, if you were to start losing the EMA 113 here again on a closing basis, then it becomes another short continuation down. But BTC, I like it. It's looking pretty decent. Okay. And maybe you're going to see some of the liquidity come out of the stock market and flow into crypto. But BTC's actually just been chopping around, holding quite steady. One pattern I'll bring to your attention is if you look at the total crypto market cap. Trading at 3.82 trillion. You know, look at this larger pattern that's still at play for the total crypto market cap. This is a weekly chart bullish formation. Doesn't trigger right away, but you are holding bullish structure that sends you to about 4.66 trillion in crypto. And what did you have in Nvidia's, press conference today or keynote? That they're partnering with more crypto related firms. So it's looking pretty good, the total crypto market cap. I'd say so. But a lot of charts will change tomorrow. And of course, the tech earnings. So far, the market's pricing in exceptional tech earnings, and why not? Usually, Wall Street waters them down. It's looking like they're going to fly to the high side. Yeah, Trump family as well. Yep, if Barron Trump needs money. Yeah, exactly. All those reasons, right? That's the good stuff. Stoic saying, yeah, my toxic relationship with Webull goes to 1050. I'm buying there. Yeah, Webull is right now back testing the 7-day. This is where you typically want to see Webull hold. I'm not holding my breath because it's failed me before, but this is your back testing your 7-day moving average on Webull. This is where you really want it to hold. Does anyone use Webull, guys? Does anyone trade with Webull? I opened an account, never put any money in. But I'm curious. No Webull traders here. I'm curious to yeah, I've never traded with it, to be honest. I signed up for it, but I've never deposited. Just one more brokerage that I use. E-Trade, nice. Yeah, that's tried, true, and tested. E-Trade. Stand up here. UPS is holding the majority of the gains. That's what I like to see. The fact that this stock ran into daily 200, holding the majority is nice price action there. I don't mind that at all. Western Union still ripping to the upside. Good price action again. We did close our full SWKS into that morning strength today. There was a nice gap fill resistance. So good job if you traded that with us on the long side. Let's look at Lulu real quick. Lululemon trying to get bid up. Nike got hit pretty hard today. VFC Corp ridiculously hard. Obviously, he sold Nike last week. Stoic saying, you know how scary it is to have a 401k that is heavy on 5 companies and crypto? Yeah, and that's what the stock market is based around, is tech, right? It's getting saturated. Semiconductors, tech, crypto, I mean, you name it. You know, but at least Apple has made new all-time highs. Everyone is writing that stock off quite a while ago, but that's turned the corner. Quantum stocks absolutely decimated. TeraWolf still holding strength. SoFi is still ripping. Big Berry I went negative. Nvidia still up 4. Nokia still up 23. TeraWolf having a good day. That's up 22.7. Dom saying, is retail sector done? Or it seems like more of a statement. You know, retail chart pattern is actually not bad. It still has daily and weekly chart momentum. I would suggest, I think retail could still make one more little hoorah push. Obviously, you got to watch for your regional banks, see what type of price action they do, but retail is not too bad right now. Nvidia is starting to see a little bit of selling. C looking at HYMC, making some money. Calls are almost close to his $9 strike. Let's take a peek. Yeah, up nicely on the session for sure. Big bounce. This power hour has started. Didn't realize it was so soon. Kind of snackish here. Might grab a little bit of something to eat. I might have to grab a little snack here. Some vegetables. Gotta get some veggies and do a little bit of chin-ups here before we see if there's any last-minute 0 DTE trades. All right, just give me a second. I'll be right back, guys. 2 minutes. That's pretty freaky. Pretty crazy. NVIDIA over 200. 200 large. 4.86 trill. And climbing. Yeah. Lucid spike and drop and interesting. Well, Lucid was announced in NVIDIA's keynote. So that was perhaps a little bit of running from the keynote. And then they've now getting faded. Lucid's a dumpster fire. Honestly. Dead money. They're losing on every kind of vehicle they make. Being propped up by what? The Saudis? But Lucid's not a good company. Not right now, at least. You got the Russell selling, guys? Russell is selling hard. So you think pull-ups are better than chin-ups? What do you want to short, Anonymous? NVIDIA? Or SPY? Oh my god, look at NVIDIA, guys. Holy moly. This is getting crazy. Yeah, NVIDIA puts up here. I mean, if you're daring and willing, it should come in. I mean, that's fucking crazy. I'm tempted to short it as well. Maybe I'll short it tomorrow if we get a gap up. If they gap NVIDIA up tomorrow, I'll short it. The bubble company. Two done. Yep. Nice call out, sir. Now what? We short it? What's the downside target? What is the downside target? 100? Nah, I'm playing. Nvidia 100, the world's over. You made me choke on my broccoli. Oh my god. Nvidia 0. Downside target is 0. Fucking. Excuse me. Nah, we never drop in. Never more than a 5% correction. Only up and to the right from here on in, guys. Expect, what is the S&P up this year? Let's go to the SPX chart. Where is January? That's tariff. January. Somewhere in around here-ish. Let's just call it this low candle here. We're only up 19%, 18% SPX year to date. No more black swan events. Let's just keep pushing this baby higher. Getting to 300, guys. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Oh, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Bum, 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 bum. Imagine we never ever got a correction again. Imagine the biggest dip that we got for the next like 4 years was a 5% dip. AI algos are too smart, they just buy it up. How crazy would that be? That'd be pretty shit, actually. Nah, there's no such thing as a crash or recession anymore. No such thing. Quantum computing and AI says that that is a thing of the past. We're in the future now. No point in doing cycle analysis, just scroll down your biggest watch list with your eyes closed. Whichever stock you land on, just full port. That's your due diligence. On the road to 87 in 1929? Ooh. Black Monday? Black Monday. Nah, things won't get that bad. Crypto's the bailout fund. They'll suck a few trillion out of crypto. Bail out banks. Your ETH short just went crazy? Yeah, look at that. Filthy move down on BTC and crypto. Yep. So again, usually when you get that bullish cross of the 7 and 20, which it just occurred today, you get that dip down into the 7. That's usually a bit of a short-term buy signal. So they get the bullish cross, they sell into it, then you buy on the dip. But yeah, nice little move there. Pretty nice move down. Check crypto again if I have a sec. We were just there. We were just there. Yeah, it's under some pressure. BTC going negative on the session. Still okay though. It's just hanging on. You know, there's maybe a little head and shoulders formation trying to trigger, but it hasn't broken down yet. Little bit of profit taking, hitting Bitcoin. Ram saying this was the worst month of trading, especially the last 2 weeks. Well, if you can get those bad days behind you, reflect on what went wrong, what went well, and try to learn and come back stronger. You all have ups and downs, ebbs and flows in the market. Sometimes even after a bad little stint of trading, just best to sit back for a week. Don't take any trades. Just wait. You'll be surprised at how many opportunities will present themselves if you just wait. You know, we're also inclined to try to take a trade every single day. And even I'm bad for it. I'm guilty for it. I trade something usually every day. If I just waited a little bit, that one more extra day, it seems just that the market's notorious for getting you in just 1 or 2 days before something big. It's crazy. No problem, Dom. No problem. But taking time, it's hard because you're FOMO. You want to make money. You want your capital to keep working for you, but just sit back, relax, and enjoy the casino of stocks. You know, I don't even know. It's been a while since I haven't traded something. Intraday, at least. It's been a while. And I also do it here for try to make money on the stream, but also entertainment purposes, educational purposes. You know, a lot of the times the 0DTs are small, very small size for my portfolio. You know, 150 bucks here, 150 bucks there. Look at your S&P 500, new all-time high. Ripper. Jack the Ripper. What's everyone doing for Halloween? Spooky season. Spooky day on Friday, guys. Spooky day. Halloween. It's coming in. What league is that? Swiss. Huge pump there in the market. That's crazy. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Should say keep making trucks and leave trading. No, I don't think you leave trading. Just take a break, you know, a couple days here, a week. You know, you don't have to leave. Just don't trade. Even if you see an opportunity, just don't trade it. That's a hard discipline. Yeah, SPY's absolutely ripping here. Ripper. Market is just full blown beast mode into FOMC. Love and life. Again, that bullish pattern. 1, 2, 3 massive gap ups on the daily chart of your S&P. Extraordinary. And we've yet to really have the big earnings yet. Imagine they just keep gapping us up, gapping us up, gapping us up. No problem, Dom. I'll need more Ram trucks. SoFi left the station. SoFi has left the station. Final 30 minutes. And guess what, guys? We have got a ton of additional stocks reporting after hours. Let me just go through some of these. After close, we got Visa, we got Booking, we got Enphase, we got Seagate, ticker STX, we got Electronic Arts. Where's the cake at? Ticker CAKE. We got Bloom Energy, Teradyne, Mondelez. You got quite a few names reporting after the bell. OKE, PPG, Logitech, Caesars. Wow, there's a lot. EXLS, EXE. Holy moly. Fairs. Yeah, there's quite a few names. Range Resources. Interesting. Lots more volatility. Spy is crazy, for sure. Spy is crazy. And it's all because of the stock here, NVIDIA. That's literally the main reason. Nothing really else. NVIDIA's doing the heavy lifting. Heavy lifting. The way NVIDIA is moving, it's going to hit 5 trillion by 4 o'clock. I mean, it's getting a little bit ridiculous now, intraday. But that's the problem, is it's one of those leaders, right? Tough name to short. When you just have the institutions bidding and chasing, bidding and chasing. Where are you? ABC, change. Oh, Dom, your videos, you were 5 minutes behind. I've been saying I'd never short Nvidia. It's the backbone of the market. I don't know. Everything gets into a shortable level, but it's a tough short, right? It's like a Palantir. It's a leader, right? But tough one. But, it's typically, yeah, you got to be in and out, clean with your levels. It is a very tough short. Yeah, small and medium companies definitely follow better, for sure. Nvidia will keep fighting until it can't. Anonymous saying, well, I'll repeat what changed today. No breakthrough. What could create demand? No margin improvement. Zero reason for these shenanigans. Yeah. Again, it's all about thematic, right? What's the thematic trade of, there's big themes. There's like, cyclical themes. There's secular themes, multi-year themes. There's decade-long themes, sometimes a few decades. And NVIDIA right now has been, a big theme since when? I mean, let's look at this chart here. Really, NVIDIA caught the massive hype kind of after this 2023 low when it was at $10. That's when so just for the last, 4 or 5 years, NVIDIA has really caught in the attention and grabbed market share. One of the most interesting charts that you can see seen it on TikTok, Twitter, is when they show the comparison of Intel and NVIDIA kind of going in the opposite directions. It's pretty amazing. But yielding quite a bit of revenue each quarter. Now, does it justify its valuation? Obviously, the market thinks so. The market's smarter than everyone in the very near-term trend, but still producing quite a bit of revenue, and it is profitable, right? So it's not a dog shit company. Can one say it's expensive? Sure. You can find a lot of different points to value it and make it an expensive stock. But then simultaneously, a lot of people say it's cheap for the AI boom and technological. So that's what makes a market, right? And just remember, stocks typically will just keep going up and to the right. So eventually the bulls are always right. If you just sit on, a profitable company in the stock market, it's kind of hard to lose money with a profitable company over a 10 to 20 year period. It's very difficult. There's a couple examples, obviously, names that have gone through quite a bit of distribution and sell side pressure, but obviously if you're buying the tops, like where it's had 2 or 3 standard deviation from the mean, you're setting yourself up for a little bit of a disaster play. But if you're buying, at a 50 or a 200 daily moving average, holding with a 10-year timer, it's tough to lose money. Very tough. Very, very, very tough. Look at that full round trip on DJT, guys. Nasty. Just a liquidity dumpster fire. Just a dumpster fire. And the index is green, VIX green. Yeah, the market's so bullish, even the VIX is green. Final 20 minutes, guys, of trading. 20 minutes. Nice hard down move on SPY, guys. Your IWM absolutely wrecked and imploded again. So it seemed like a lot of that liquidity that came out of the Russell just flowed right into NVIDIA. You know, you have seen that a couple intraday times, but look at that. The Russell right back down to the lows, guys. Pretty much near the lows. Nasty little close for the IWM, which is telling me that the S&P can definitely come a little bit lower here in the short term. NVIDIA obviously is keeping a lid on things. AMD looks like a 10-minute bear flag. What else we got going on? PayPal's giving up some gains. UPS still holding steady. Skyworks has really given up a lot of gains. Energy stocks back to the negative. A lot of red still on the screen. Ouster got smacked. So nice job taking profits on Ouster yesterday. What a full round trip in this name. I mean, holy moly. Is this thing volatile or what? Huge gap up, breakout, another gap up, hitting our $40 strike level, and then it just implodes. Crazy. You know, I think NVIDIA will reach a turning point. Their revenue growth is starting to slow down a touch. So we'll see. Quantum stocks smacked, guys. IonQ down 8.5. QBTS down 7.8. Nasty. Rare earth metal stocks. Absolutely disgusting. Smacked again. CRML. Nasty. Gold still under 4K. SoFi still holding steady. Selling hitting Nvidia. Yeah, CRML has Trump money, I know. Definitely. All right, a pretty decent move down on your S&P, guys. Off of the highs. Still strong on the daily chart session. But it's a good move down. It's a start. It's a really good start. Where is that? So weird. Decent sell there into the end of the day. On your S&P, Nvidia still holding steady. Still seeing your S&P selling off here into the close, just a little bit. AMD still looking a little bit bearish. Nokia coming in a touch. AMD guys really breaking down here. Heavy selling in AMD. SoFi's not breaking down. Yeah, it's holding steady. Up 5.5%, acting very well. Nvidia is still holding steady. Nokia is coming in, guys, nicely. That one's still seeing some distribution. You got some pretty hard selling into the close on AMD. Take a look at that 10-minute candle down there. It's a pretty big sell. Right, guys, thank you all for tuning in. Great job if you caught the Nokia short with us. we will see you all tomorrow as FOMC. We will be live streaming the press conference as well as trading it directly. And thank you as always. We will see you on the charts, guys. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your evening.